Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, March 8th, 22nd. Would like to open up the meeting, and if is there any change to the agenda?
No changes at present.
All right, look for a motion for approval.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax,
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Do we have any public comment on any closed session items?
At this time, if anyone has a public comment, please use the raised hand icon at the bottom of the screen. There are no public comments on closed session items. President Alvarez, you are muted.
Then look for a motion to go to closed session.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax,
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Trustee Alvarez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
All right, we'll now go to closed session, and we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the Board of Education regular meeting for Ventura Unified School District on Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. We're going to start off our meeting with a Pledge of Allegiance, and please, after our Pledge of Allegiance, if you please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you so much. Everybody rise. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. Thank you. Tony Rogelio. Tony came to VUSD in 2002 as a school bus mechanic and retired less than a year ago. He ensured the safety of our students by maintaining school buses and the white fleet. Tony opened up the building each morning. He greeted our bus drivers and staff with a smile and an upbeat good morning. Tony loved to tell stories and make everyone's day better. His laugh was infectious. Tony is a retired U.S. Marine and a Vietnam veteran. He served our country proudly and would share his stories every once in a while, which made us a stronger team. His colleagues have said he could work through any situation, no matter how rough life got. He was always there with a smile and ready to help everyone through thick or thin. Tony worked every day, rarely calling in sick or taking a vacation. He was a hard worker who took great pride in his work. He will be missed by all and remembered as a true friend and coworker. VUSD transportation staff will always keep his stories, the sound of his laughter, and his smile in our hearts. Our thoughts go out to Tony's family during this difficult time. Thank you, everyone. And I personally didn't know Tony. I wondered if I'm going to pass it to actually Mr. Waiver and see if he'd like to say a few words.
Sure, thank you. Good evening. I'm a little sad actually to hear you read that, even though I knew what it said, right? But I worked with Tony for a couple of years, and great guy. Always like the thing you read, always happy. And we could tell he was feeling kind of sick, I guess, when he left in October, when he retired, and he was still working away and just doing the best job he could. I think when he quit, he actually had over 1,000 sick hours built up in this thing. He never liked to call in sick. He loved his job and he loved working with us. I think we gave him a purpose there, and he really appreciated working with us, and we appreciated working with him. So it's really an honor for me and for my department to be able to know Tony and work with him. And I know when we heard that he did pass, a lot of people actually cried and were really upset with knowing that he did pass. So we missed him, and happy we could get to know him.
Thank you for sharing, Mr. Weiberg. And I know that speaking on behalf of the rest of the board, we send our condolences out to the entire family. Thank you. Ms. Dom, roll call, please.
Sure. President Matt Alvarez.
Here.
Vice President Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Amy Callahan is absent this evening. Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Velma Lomax.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Roger Rice.
Here.
Student Board Member Karime Fieros.
Here.
And Student Board Member Danielle Shu.
Here.
Thank you.
And that brings us to action during closed session. There was action taken tonight in closed session. I can navigate my screens here. I just had it all pulled up. Give me 1 second. In closed session tonight, the board took action to approve the employment of Mayra Vega Manriquez as the Deputy Director of Special Education. The roll call was a vote as follows. Motion was made by Trustee Dannenberg, seconded by Trustee Rodriguez, and it was made on a 4-0 vote. Congratulations, Ms. Vega Manriquez, as our new Deputy Director of Special Education. And now I'm going to read a brief bio if I can get back to my Hollywood Square screen. Dr. Mayra Vega Manriquez has been a valued Ventura Unified School District employee for 14 years. Her strengths lie in her leadership, administrative, and culture competence. In addition, Dr. Vega Manriquez's background working with special education students make her the ideal candidate for this position. She began her career with the VUSD as a 4th and 5th grade teacher, taught middle school at Ventura Community Day School, and was a 9th through 12th grade teacher for the emotionally disturbed special education population at Buena High School. In addition, she has taught 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Cabrillo Middle School and Spanish at Buena High School. In 2014, Dr. Vega Manriquez became an assistant principal at Data Middle School, then interim principal at EP Foster Elementary, and in 2018 was promoted to principal at Anacapa Middle School. During this time, Dr. Vega Manriquez has earned a diverse K-12 experience supporting special education programs, Title I schools, magnet schools, and alternative schools. She stands out for her ability to collaborate with families, always with the student-centered mindset. She earned her BA in Spanish in Latin America in Iberian Studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara, her MA in Education and Social Justice at Antioch University, and her Master of Science and Doctorate in Education and Psychology at Pepperdine University. I think you all join me because we want to congratulate Dr. Vega Manriquez on her new role. Congratulations. And I know we'll bring her back hopefully next week, and we'll all have a chance to just really talk about her great new opportunity in our district, and she's going to lead us well. Thank you so much. That brings us, besides the good news I just shared, that brings us to Superintendent's Report. Dr. Rice.
Thank you, Board President Alvarez. It's great to be here with you all this evening. I want to first start off my report by thanking the board for their support of this wonderful appointment. We're all super excited to have Dr. Vega Manriquez adding our team down here at the district office to support our operations in special education. She's an amazing leader with a ton of skills, and we're just really happy to add her to our team. So we'll bring her back next time to introduce her to the community and to the board, and I look forward to that opportunity. So tonight I do have some good news to share with you. A couple things before we move into the gratitude awards, which are listed on your agenda. Wanted to share with the board that we did get our grant notice for our expanded learning opportunity program in the amount of over $800,000. That's likely to be a multi-year grant, and so we're excited to learn that we're actually funded. So that's good news. Also, I want to thank Dr. Rickard and Mr. Bova for their excellent work in hosting the Rotary Club East last week at Salalias Ranch. We had a really great turnout out there, and the Rotary Club members had a chance to tour Pacific High School with Principal Menares, and also to tour the ranch and to explore possibilities for partnership. I had a chance to speak to them. They're really excited about the project, but also about their involvement in future activities at the ranch. So that was a great opportunity for us. A couple other things I want to share. Let me grab some good news here. I want to give a big shout out to Principal Anna Winslow at Atlas. for the recertification of the Leader in Me School from Franklin Covey. We got that news just earlier this week, and I'm going to read from a document that we received from them. It says, "Congratulations. On behalf of Sean Covey and the Franklin Covey education team, it is with great enthusiasm that Atlas Elementary School is recertified as a lighthouse school in the state of California." So congratulations, Anna, to you and your whole team for the wonderful work that you do with the Leader in Me program. Now moving on, I do want to get to the gratitude awards. This is a new crop of honorees for February. And if we could throw those up there, thank you very much. While we are scrolling the names, I'm going to give a little background for anybody who's on here for the first time. The Ventura Unified School District thought it was long overdue for us to start honoring the good work that our peers and our colleagues do every day by allowing community members, students, teachers, parents, employees to nominate anyone in the district who they feel has gone above and beyond in serving our community and our students. And so what you're seeing now is a list of the wonderful recipients that we will be honoring with certificates. And some of them will even be receiving gift cards on behalf of the district. And in order to give you a flavor of what the honor represents, I'm going to be reading 4 of the paragraphs this evening at random that Ms. Fieros picked out for me to just share with you some of the great work going on. The first gratitude award that I'm going to read tonight goes to Kristen Corsentino, who's a teacher at Balboa Middle School. And her nominee says, "My son," and then in parentheses, "not the easiest student, came home the other day and asked me, and then reminded me, to send Ms. Corsentino an email to let her know how much he enjoyed her life skills class. Quote from my son, 'She is strict, but nice about it.' In addition to being a VUSD parent, I am also a middle school teacher, and I recognize this as the highest compliment a student can give a teacher. A new goal in my professional life is to get a compliment just like that one. Keep up the good work, Ms. Corsentino." So congratulations to Ms. Corsentino. Our next recipient this evening that I'm going to honor is Samuel Noah, who's a student at Foothill High School. It says here, "Junior year has been all-consuming for everyone, but Samuel Noah goes out of his way to generally be there for everyone he crosses paths with. He was a great leader on Foothill Technology basketball team and is always showing gratitude towards others. He is a great friend, teammate, and student to all, and our campus is grateful for him. Congratulations, Samuel." My third recipient that I want to honor this evening is none other than our own Trish Shelby, who works in human resources at the ESC. I see Gina getting pretty excited. And this is what the nominator says about Trish. "Trish is amazing," in all caps. "She takes such good care of the human resources team, both certificated and classified HR. She is dedicated, committed, and dependable. We are so lucky to have her as part of our human resources department. We appreciate her, and we love her collaboration, partnership, and her sense of humor." Congratulations, Trish, for receiving the Gratitude Award this month. And then finally, I want to honor Kristen Picard from Cabrillo Middle School. And her nominator says, "Kristen is an exceptional leadership advisor. She has raised the spirit on campus. She teaches her students to share their gratitude for all school staff. She makes sure to recognize each and every student. She provides lunchtime activities for students. She has brought Spirit Week's recognition of Black History Month and put on amazing dances for students. She not only gives these gifts and gratitude to students and staff, she is also creating tomorrow's leaders and better human beings. And what could be better than that? Congratulations, Kristen. And with that, oh, okay, we just had a slide up there. The winners, those were the winners for the gift card. I didn't see that because I was reading. Is that right, Ms. Quiros? All right, and we're going to go out and visit them personally. I really look forward to that. Invite anybody on the screen here to help us. And before we move to our student board reports, and we only have 2, I can't help but take just 30 seconds to welcome Mr. Frank Davis to our meeting this evening. Frank, I know I'm embarrassing you, but man, white shirt and tie. Great to see you here, Frank. All right, let's move on to Karime Fieros, Foothill Tech High School.
Hi. All right, let me just share my screen real fast. All right, Foothill Technology High School. So back in February, we had a twin day on 2/22/22. And so we had all the students dress up with a twin, obviously. And so to the right are 2 of our seniors, Marina Wallowitz and Amy Kidwell, in their Pitbull shirts. And then to the left, we have 4 of our teachers who dressed up as Mr. Lee. So we have Mr. Miller on the left, and then Miss Yellow next to him, and then Mr. Lee, and then Miss Adams. So they all dressed up in his infamous bow and tie. And then we had Kindness Week, which entailed kindness court voting. So there was a Google form sent out to all the students, and they would basically nominate someone who shows kindness. And then during that, we had PJ Day, kind of as a be kind to yourself and relax and rest. We had a Senior Spirit Day. And then we also had shout outs on our Instagram story where students could put in a response box, someone who they really appreciate, and then we would post that on our story and give them a tag. And then that is a picture of our senior ASB class wearing our senior ASB pajama pants. And then tomorrow upcoming, we have our Soraa Rally, which is the seniors only academic rally. And this recognizes seniors for improvement and hard work. And that picture is actually from, I want to say 3 years ago. That was the last time we had one. And so it's basically an award show, and we have games. And then once that's all done in Spirito Hall, we go out to our stage and we have an apple cider toast. So it starts off with our senior class president, Marina Wallowitz, giving a toast to the seniors and just giving a thank you to all of them for just being great this year and for, you know, holding on through everything that's going on. And then it goes on to the rest of the seniors if anyone also wants to give a toast. And then on Thursday, we have our senior movie night. And so we are watching Alice in Wonderland in preparation for our Renaissance rally that's happening next week, which is also Alice in Wonderland themed. We got Topper's Pizza and hot cocoa for the students. And then it's just a little senior bonding. We try and do one every month for the seniors and try and get them all excited for the end of the year, for graduation and all that good stuff. And then lastly, we have our blood drive happening on March 14th. We have signups this week, and it's really cool because this is actually the first time we're going to have it on campus in a while since COVID shut down. So we're really excited about that. And that's it.
Thank you, Karime. What a wonderful report. You did mention somebody a couple times. The name came up a couple times during your report. Was that Marina? What was her last name again?
Marina Wallowitz.
Can you say that one more time?
Wallowitz?
Oh, okay.
Right, you might know her mom.
Oh, that's where I've heard that name before.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Karime. Wonderful report. Gina, I hope you don't mind, but you obviously you have a wonderful daughter who's very active at the school. So if we can embarrass you by thanking her for all of her great work at the school. And she did receive a gratitude award recently.
She did. I recently had the privilege of embarrassing her and in Karime's class. And Karime was one of my kindergarten students. So proud to have known Karime since she was actually 4 years old, because I think she started just turned 5 in her kindergarten year. So I've known Karime for a very long time. So proud to watch the students in our community. Such an honor. And thanks for helping me embarrass my daughter. Always happy to do so.
Of course.
Thanks, Karime. We really appreciate the wonderful reports that you provide every time. And we also have with us Danielle Shu from El Camino High School with us this evening. Danielle, thanks for being here.
Thank you. All right, I will say my camera's been going hot pink recently. I don't know why. If it happens, I don't know, but just expect it. All right, so this is the March news for El Camino High School. We did have the student speaker contest over the last month, the first round of it anyway. So congratulations to Daniel Lancet, who won in Ventura, and to Irene Kim, who won first place at the Oxnard Noontimers Lions Club Speakers Contest. We also had Kindness Week in the middle week of February, where students gave life advice on a board in the quad and gave out a bunch of candygrams to their friends. I also wanted to say that we did end up giving out an estimated 200 candygrams, which I thought was really impressive considering we're a school of only around 225. So I was really proud of that. We also had the Eagle Games Quad Day on the 25th, which involved a lot of food, games, and music. And you can see students having some fun eating food over here, as well as playing Jenga and Connect 4 in the pictures. We also have Students of the Month for March, and there's reasons why they're the Student of the Month to the right if you care to read. So congratulations to Holden Barrett, Caroline Dickinson, JT Few, Ava Hassan, Riley Hollowell, Micah Miles, Asia Rand, Juan Ruiz, and Brianna Velasco. All of these students will be receiving an ECHS t-shirt and a certificate. Finally, our upcoming events include the PLT meeting tomorrow, a junior college night on the 24th, casino night on the 25th, and VC spring break. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us this evening. And I know that our board and our staff certainly appreciates all of the board members who come here and give their report. So Danielle, Karime, thank you so much for being here this evening. And that concludes the superintendent's report this evening, Board President Alvarez.
Thank you so much for the board reports. They're all great. We are going to move to agenda item number 12, correspondence. Dr. Rice?
Yes, we have two letters from VCOE, both good news. One letter is expressing approval for an extension on the audit deadline that was requested by our business services department. That was received back on the 23rd from County Superintendent Morales. And then another letter we received from VCOE and Superintendent Morales expresses approval for the collective bargaining agreement in the form of a memorandum of understanding with VUEA to provide incentives for teachers to cover each other's classes in the event that we're shorthanded with subs. So both letters express good news.
And then I received a correspondence, which I think most of my board members also probably received, just about their filing of their 700 form from the Ventura County Office of Education also. So just we all received those correspondence also. And that moves us to public comment.
Thank you.
Fieros.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time tonight to provide your thoughts. If you would like to make a live audio public comment this evening, please use the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. If you are calling in and are not on the Zoom app or the website on a phone, you do not have that option. So please be prepared for me to unmute you and ask if you have a public comment to share. And that is only for those folks who show up as a phone number on my end. As always, the board will need to refrain from discussing your comments as you make them due to requirements of the Brown Act, but they are paying attention, they are listening, and they do value your input. We will be timing everyone for 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you can begin, give you a 30-second warning, and let you know when your time is up. If the person I call in is not able to speak, either because they're having audio issues or something else is going on, I will come back to that person at the very end. If at that time they still are not able to speak or do not speak at that time, they will forfeit their ability to. At this time, again, you need to use the raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen. After the first public speaker is done speaking, we will no longer be taking those raise hands, so please be sure you get those up now. And we do have public comment this evening. So again, your hand must be raised before Christina I'm going to really mess up this last name, Vonarelli, maybe, speak. So I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. Christina, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
I'm sorry if I butchered your name, but you do have 3 minutes. Are you ready?
Yes, you actually pronounced it perfectly.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you. So go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here this evening to give public comment on item 17A regarding the Washington School property. Again, my name is Christina Vanarelli. I am general counsel to Ventura County Christian School. VCCS is the current tenant at the Washington School property. As I believe the board is aware, the lease ends this June, and we're attempting to negotiate a long-term renewal. Your public agenda for this item 17A states, among other things, from 1999 to 2021, VCCS paid no rent, utilities, or cared for their acres of land. This is a grossly unfair mischaracterization of my client. In 1999, the Washington School property had not been occupied for nearly 15 years. It was a horribly dilapidated eyesore and occupied by homeless people. So when VUSD and VCCS entered into the 20-year lease in 1999, everybody was excited. And I know this because I have reviewed hundreds of pages, probably thousands of pages of records about this property over the past 50 years. VCCS, the district, and the neighborhood were excited because the agreement was that VCCS would renovate the property in exchange for rent credits. VCCS leveraged its army of volunteers, which includes licensed contractors across many trades and still does. And with the ability to do that, they made an estimated $8 million worth of improvements to that property, including grading the athletic field and other areas, installing irrigation, renovation of all of the buildings, and substantial landscaping. Everything that VCCS did or did not do, such as paying the utilities, was closely monitored by and was with the approval of this district. Everything that VCCS did added substantial value to your asset. There are still many more improvements that need to be made, and VCCS is prepared to make them. Dr. Perry Goya, VCCS administrator, is also on the call, and you can reach out to him if you'd like the details on the future improvements that need to be made. In its report dated August 21st, 2020, your 7-Eleven committee commended VCCS for, quote, being great and respectful tenants. That is an accurate characterization of VCCS. Contrary to what is stated in the public agenda for this item 17A tonight, the VCCS has honored its obligations under the prior lease, and in doing so has conferred substantial benefits on the district. They want nothing more than to continue to do so.
30-second warning.
There is a way forward that will allow VCCS to remain at that property long-term while being fiscally responsible to your stakeholders. And I urge you to work with us to get there. You will never find a tenant who will take better care of your property and add more value to your asset than VCCS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and at this time, it does not appear that we have any other raised hands. So I was just making sure on a panelist side we did not. So that is it for public comment this evening. For those that did submit via written public comment, if there were any of those were given to the board earlier this evening so that they had the time to review that as well. We thank you for all of your public comments, and it's back to you, President Alvarez.
Thank you so much. That moves us to our action items. Excuse me. Agenda item 14, which moves us to 14A, the 2021-2022 second interim financial report presentation. Dr. Chandler.
Thank you, President Alvarez. And Ms. Campbell is going to share her screen right now. And we are going to jointly do this presentation together. So we are at our second interim. I can't believe how quickly this year is going by, but as you can see, this is our timeline, and you can see that we're right on target for our second interim board report. And so this is the second time we have brought this to the board. I want to commend our fiscal services department because we got our second interim done very early and left lots of time for us to work with the county. So great job, Miss Campbell and team, for working so hard to ensure that we could do that. Miss Campbell, where are you? Pop to the top. Say hi. There we go.
And sorry for interrupting, Ms. Campbell. Before you start, I didn't do due diligence in excusing our student board members from tonight's meeting as we go into our agenda items. So I apologize for that. But if students, if you need to step away, we appreciate your reports tonight and hope you have a great rest of your week at school. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Campbell? There you are. You want to say hi?
Absolutely. I'm here.
Okay, perfect. I think, unless you have anything else you want to add on this slide.
I just appreciate the board's support and Dr. Rice's support in allowing us to extend our audit so that we could focus on the budget. It's kind of like there's only so many of us. And the audit is more complicated this year because of the presidential disaster funding. And so the auditors needed more time on their end because they have staffing issues. We've had staffing issues and we've been busy. So I just appreciate that support. It means a lot.
All right. So as you can see, if you look down on the bottom, this is what we traditionally do. Our budget's always in the third year out projected. We're always looking at the bottom line, which our bottom line is at 0. One of the things that you'll notice is that where it says excess or deficit revenue or over expenditures, this 11.33 and then 10.83, this is our COVID funds that we have made plans for. So you only get to count those as revenue one time in the year that you get it. So any exceeding year from that, and we have tried to like pace our money out as far as we can, it looks like deficit spending. So when you see that, that's primarily our COVID funds. Anything to add, Ms. Campbell?
Nope.
Perfect. Okay, so our next steps, we have a special board meeting coming up. I am looking forward to hearing board goals for our future budget, which I'm very excited about. And we're hoping to wrap up our external audit very soon. Anything to add, Ms. Campbell?
Nope.
You were very quiet tonight. Are there any questions from the board?
Trustee Lomax.
No, just thank you, everyone, for all the hard work. And that's it.
Trustee Dannenberg.
I too would like to thank everybody for the hard work, and I would like to thank staff for putting right in the agenda item, the positive certification, so I don't have to ask the question.
Trustee Rodriguez.
No, thank you. And I do look forward to our conversation on Monday about the budget moving forward. And I think it's really helpful to be able to have these kind of regular reviews of where we are so that when we come together on Monday, we all have a fairly good understanding of what our spending looks like and has looked like so that we can really talk about what we want to do moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you also. Looking forward to the March 14th meeting. Tremendous amount of work done from the business department, not only always, but especially in the last 2.5, almost 3 years now. So tremendous effort. Please thank the staff for us.
And thank you guys for your support. We appreciate it.
That brings us to our agenda item 14B, Ventura County.
Wait. I make a motion that we accept the second interim budget with a positive certification.
Thank you, Trustee Lomax.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Almaris?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
Got so excited about the meeting on Monday, I just forgot about the motion. Moves us to agenda 14B, Ventura County Selfa Contracted Services. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Almaraz, trustees. Tonight we come seeking your approval for an extension of our existing contract for our VUSD General Education Behavior Plan. As a review, we heard from this behavior team and the principles and the benefits from that during our January 25th meeting. You had a chance to hear about the data and the experiences and the contributions this team has made. Typically, we wouldn't be coming to you with this request so early. This would be part of the LCAP approval process. But as we know about AB 438, the VC Selfa, along with the VCOE, are now obligated, as the rest of our LEAs, to be able to make decisions about which staff, even classified staff, if they need to be retained or if they need to be noticed by March 15th. Hence, we are coming forward tonight requesting your approval. We would then communicate this approval to the Selfa, and they would not notice these members of the team. So that's really all I have to share, and welcome any questions or comments that you might have.
Board members, do you have any questions?
Just one. So when we see the 80 hours per week, I'm assuming that's multiple staff members.
Yes. So on each of the contracts, the way that they're attached, you have groups of two. So two BCBAs on one, and then two SESs on the other.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And no questions here. Thank you so much, Dr. Castro. And we'll look for a motion for that item.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Almaraz?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
That moves us to 14C, consideration of resolution 22-06 regarding release of certificated temporary employees for the 2022-2023 school year. Ms. Wallets.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I bring to you this evening, based on our board policy 4121 and Ed Code 44920, we are required to maintain temporary employees for those of our permanent employees who are serving in a leave for this current school year, and or any teachers on special assignment that may not be in a classroom position at this time. And so this year, after our analysis, we have 94 positions that are temporary. And so any employees that we have in that capacity serving on this temporary contract, we must by law release them at the end of their contract for this school year. However, as we go through the hiring process and we look forward to next year, there may be an opportunity, depending on how our staffing works out, to have an opportunity for re-employment for those employees for the following school year. But for this current school year, we are required by law to identify them as temporary because of the number of employees that are permanent that are on a leave.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax?
I don't have any questions.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Good job. No questions here either.
Trustee Rodriguez? And no questions here. I'll look for a motion.
I move that we approve resolution 22-06 regarding release of certificated temporary employees.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Almaraz?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And that brings us to 14B, consideration of resolution 22-09 regarding reassigned and or reduced certificated management employees for the 2022-2023 school year. Ms. Wallowitz.
Thank you very much. So we look at all of our employees, and in this case, we're talking about some of our management employees, and we really look at their skills and their talents, and we always want them to be serving in roles that really speak to those talents. And so last year, in the late spring, we had an opportunity to reassign some of our management positions to positions that we felt would better serve their talents, and they're being very successful in those roles. And so when we do that in the late spring, they continue for this current school year at their previous rate, and then we would be reassigning them to the rate that is attached to the current position that they're serving in this school year, and that would be their allocation for the 22-23 school year. And so that is what this resolution represents.
Great, thank you so much.
Sorry, can I just want to ask? That was confusing. Sorry, Gina. But so these are employees who were reclassified, retained their old salaries last year, and then this year, moving forward, they would go to the salary that corresponds to their current position.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I have it in my head. Thank you.
Sorry for not being clear.
No, it's just a confusing concept. It's not you.
Any additional comments from my board members? We'll look for a motion.
I move that we approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
The 14E is a consideration of resolution 22-10, continuing Board of Trustees authority to hold virtual meetings pursuant to AB 361. This is obviously, we're still waiting for our ability to have the equipment to process our meetings. So this is a reoccurring agenda item. Looking for a motion unless any board members have a question.
I have a question. Do we have any update on timeline?
So at this point, it appears that the majority of the camera equipment has arrived. I'm going to ask Rich and TDC to come over next week to check that out once I'm back from my conference. And then we tried to get an update from the company that is doing the physical barrier. That's the worst name for it, but you all know what I'm talking about, that kind of the fence. And we do not have an updated timeline on that right now. They have reached out to the company. We did reach out to them, I think it was a week and a half ago at this point. They know that we want them to rush it. We just don't have a date at this time. But as soon as I have a date for you, I will definitely get that to you. But we are on it, and we're trying to reach out at least weekly to the company to find out where we're at. And that's the one piece we're waiting on. Everything else I can work around.
I have a question. And as one of five, I would be curious, do my colleagues feel that they would be interested in a letter to City Council requesting use of City Hall? Because I share this because what I've heard from the council members that I've spoken to is that they don't know that this issue has been brought to them. And I do feel like we have expressed in the past that using City Hall is great for the community because they know where it is. It's a shared space. So I wonder if we would want to agendize a conversation to pen a letter, since we've had this experience before and we know we have to agendize that. Thoughts?
If I might, and Mr. Ramos, perhaps you could weigh in. I don't think that same provision applies to me as your superintendent. So I would, if the board, is comfortable with it, I can write a letter to the city manager and ask where we are with that. And we're requesting to be readmitted to the use of the City Hall.
So the reason I asked it that way is that and again, I could be wrong on this, but my understanding was you have reached out to the city manager in the past. And what I'm hearing from council members is that they are not aware of that. So I would like to go directly to council and make sure that they understand that, we have used it in the past. It's something that is great for the community for us to use. And, but so I'm not precluding you, Roger, from reaching out to Mr. McIntyre, but I just am wondering if maybe there's another way we could be more productive.
So I'm going to ask Anthony to jump in, just if I might, just to make sure we're on safe ground here, because the agenda item talks about virtual meetings. So Anthony, can you help us out with this?
Sure. So my understanding is that we're on agenda item
14E.
14E. So at this point in time, this particular agenda item doesn't include the discussion that you're bringing up right now, but just in general, there's no problem with addressing a letter to City Council with your concerns. But for this particular item, it's just to determine whether or not the board wants to approve the resolution going forward with the possibility of to continue Zoom meetings until we have the ability to do in-person meetings. So I hope that answers your question. There's nothing wrong with addressing a letter to the board, or to the council, but this item just merely deals with passing of the resolution.
Yeah, so my question was whether or not there was a sort of thumbs up, thumbs down interest in bringing an item to be placed on the agenda in the future, but I can bring it up during future board items if that's more appropriate.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions, trustees? And we'll look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And this brings us to our conference agenda. 15, so we'll move to 15A, City of Ventura proposed cannabis location near VUSD school. And Dr. Rice, did you want to start off?
Sure. It was brought to my attention recently that the City Council asked staff to deal with the potential placement of cannabis dispensaries in the city. I'm going to ask Marianne if she can shoot the address list, the PDF of the addresses. I want to share with the board that in preparation for this evening's meeting, I had a chance to take these addresses and plot them on the interactive map that is provided by the city. And I have some reservations about some of the sites given where they're located, and I'm sure you may as well. So I do have the ability to call up the interactive map to share the screen, and any of the addresses or properties that you are aware of that are under consideration. If you want to, you can call those out and I can share my screen and put the map so you can see where they are. I think the overall goal would be to potentially do what Trustee Rodriguez was mentioning earlier about the use of the City Hall. This is your chance to provide staff or maybe come to consensus as a board to provide any input to the city that you would ask staff to do or that you would want the board to do. I would share with you also that I had a conversation with City Manager Alex McIntyre last week. He shared with me that he has been authorized to serve as the adjudicator of this issue. And so we have been asked to convey our interests to Community Planner Peter Gilley, who will then share it with Alex McIntyre out of respect for Mr. McIntyre's need to remain neutral as the ultimate decider on these issues. So I wouldn't be working directly with him, but he very much welcomes the input from the districts and looks forward to receiving that through the community planner. So at this time, I'm prepared to shoot the map up on the screen, show you any properties or not, whatever you would like. And we're happy to take direction on next steps to provide the board's interests on this matter to the city.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Trustee Lomax, do you want to start off?
Yeah, I have a couple. It's kind of hard for me to read the little tiny print here, as old as I am, but there's one on Mills Road that I'd be interested where it is in relationships to Anacapa Middle School. And the one on Valentine Road, I don't know if our adult ed, it is a school, although they're adults, how anybody feels about that. And then there's several on Main Street, and I was trying to do the math of how close they were to Ventura High School.
Okay, Marianne, if you could take down your screen, I'll share mine, and then you can can everybody see that?
Dr. Rice, does it appear that they have complied with the earlier request to keep it so many feet away from a school? I don't think
Dr. Rice, if you would like, I actually have the map that had previously been on the city's website that shows all of the sites that are potential on them.
Do you want to share that?
To see. Let's see. At least I did have it just a second ago.
And then I'm just kind of curious. I mean, really, can Ventura support that many cannabis locations? Just wondering.
No. My understanding from talking to Mr. McIntyre was that there will be a very limited number of these that will be approved. I think it was 2 to 4. It was a very small number. And all of these are in consideration at the present time.
So my understanding is council has advised staff that in this first round, they can select 2 dispensaries or retail establishments. And then in the second round, which will be coming up in, can't remember if it's a year or 2 years, then they would have 3 for a total of 5 dispensaries, which were approved by council. That could be amended at any time. Council has the authority to do that at any time.
So, Sabrina, you have 3 stars that look like they're near Lowe's. Where do those fall in relation to Anacapa? Can you?
So actually, sorry.
Can you zoom in on them, maybe?
Yeah. So the so if you are looking at this lower right star is on the corner of Lowe's, directly across the street from Starbucks, adjacent to the Baptist church and preschool, and 1 small block from Pacific High School.
Wow.
And then you have these 2 over here. I don't know. Can you see when I'm moving my cursor? I don't normally share. Okay. So these 2 here are actually further up Main Street. They're closer to CMH. One is right next to like Bagel Rock, and one is across the street from that. In the area where there's currently like a furniture store. And in the same development as I'm blanking on the grocery store name, Smart and Final. And then the other 2 that I would say are of deep concern to us are these 2, which are on Main Street in between Ventura High School and Cabrillo Middle School. And those of you who are familiar with our middle schoolers who've gone back and forth to take classes like math for the accelerated math students. And for some of our music students, they walk this significantly in the course of the day. So those are the ones that I think are most concerning to me. These 2 here, and then the one that's right by Pacific. I will just add that there is another one. These 2 on Victoria, this prominent star here is next to the new Starbucks, and it's 900 feet from Montalvo School. So if council had gone with 1,000-foot buffer, this one wouldn't even be an option. This one here is up the street closer to Nothing But Cakes. I don't know, maybe you all don't know where Nothing Bundt Cakes is, but it's on my map. Some other people might notice the place where the pokey is. Anyway, by Trader Joe's, by the old Trader Joe's. So to me, I think, and sorry, Dr. Rice, feel free to jump in. I know I kind of got into the middle of what you were presenting, but these right here are very close to Montalvo Elementary School. The one by Lowe's is very close to Pacific High School, where, as you know, many of our students are 18 and have access to a medical marijuana card. And then these two over here that are on Main Street between Ventura High School and Cabrillo. One of these is located on the same block as Singing Sun Coffee, and then directly across the street. So,
yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to jump in, Trustee Rodriguez, and I'm really happy that you mentioned the two on Victoria. As I plotted each of the properties on the interactive map, I noticed that the size of the buffer zone matches the actual contours of the property, and they measure out but they don't take necessarily into account the walking path that our students would take. And so in addition to the ones that you mentioned on Mills and on Main, as the superintendent, I would express a little bit of concern with both of those properties on Victoria as well. They're very close to Montalvo School.
And, council's original direction to staff was to show deference to frequently walked pathways to school, but it didn't make it into the ordinance. And I do actually have the ordinance on my desktop if anybody wants to see it. But basically, it's part of the reason that we have the weakest cannabis ordinance in the state, according to experts in the field, is that our council used measurement from the door of the establishment to the edge of the property line for the school. Most ordinances use property line to property line. So that, that property line to property line obviously gives you the distance in addition to the door. So for the building that's on Mills near Lowe's, if it was property line to property line, that particular place would not meet the ordinance's requirements. But because it's front door to property line, it squeaks through by like 200 feet.
So my next question is, what is our next step? Because I appreciate Trustee Rodriguez, because you started this some time ago and we all went to city council with you and we made our voice heard, obviously not loud enough or something. I'm not sure. Maybe they just didn't understand. What is our next step?
Are you asking me?
I guess I'm asking Dr. Rice, really.
Well,
you're bringing this up for us to discuss, but what
I recommend considering a letter and or a face-to-face meeting with Mr. Gilley where we could deliver your concerns, the board and staff's concerns.
I think we ought to go on record as saying that we're opposed to those particularly 5 locations and maybe the one down by adult ed as well. So there we're not throwing a whole monkey wrench into the cities wanting to have cannabis dispensaries, but we're saying these ones we think are too close or on too frequent a pass by our students. But I think we need to go on record so that, and then either direct staff to write a letter on our behalf to the city council, as well as meeting with the people they've put in place, because as you recall, we got in trouble because we didn't do it quite right the last time. So we want to make sure we communicate and do it correctly by taking action of the board before we send staff off to do something.
Sabrina, anything else?
I agree with Jerry, and I would just, I guess, because of the way that council chose to set this up, council has no say, and that was intentional. So there's really no point in, I think, in our addressing council. I think it is appropriate for staff to reach out to Mr. Gilly and to Mr. McIntyre eventually through. Sorry, I have to move my cat. But it's frustrating because I do think to some extent our hands are tied, and even the hands of council are tied on this issue. Now that the ordinance is there, and the process is intentionally kept at the level of staff. So I think if Dr. Rice felt comfortable sending a letter with our input and with any other input staff has, I think that would be very helpful. I mean, there's certainly, if you look at that map, and I can send it to each of you if you'd like to see it, because it's no longer on the city's website. But if you look at that, there are still some 20 sites that would be in play for retailers that are not near any of our schools or any other schools, right? So it's not just our schools. The sites on Main Street are also very close to the Catholic schools. And, obviously we feel protective of all children, not just those that attend our schools.
What is our timeline on this? How soon do we have to talk to these people before they're going to make a decision?
I was not provided with a timeline, but I was encouraged to get the feedback as soon as possible.
Well, I guess my concern is if we want to make sure we do this right, it's not on the agenda tonight for an action. So do we need to bring it back for an action item so we don't get in trouble for taking an action that wasn't properly noticed?
We could add it to our Monday meeting.
So if the board is going to take action, yes. But if it's going to direct staff to write a letter, I would probably bring that back to the Monday meeting, just as an authorization for the staff to go ahead on the board's behalf, write a letter.
Then I would ask that we put it on Monday's meeting so we can have an official action by the board.
Okay.
Do we need to do that at the end of the meeting, Mr. Ramos? In future board items? You're muted.
If there's board consensus to go ahead and put the item on the agenda, we can go ahead and put the item on the agenda.
Okay.
And I just wanted to say, sorry, I didn't get a chance to speak yet. And as much as I know our city's trying to look for different avenues to get taxes and get revenue into the city, this is very concerning to me. When you look at that map and you look at the areas, all those stars, they may be a little bit farther than from some of our schools, but they're still on the pathways of where our bus drivers drive through, where our children walk. The only place I see is even, it's far enough from base, I believe, but it would be when they talked about this, it was promises of being industrial areas like deep in Market, where Market Street and Telephone, where our kids most likely would not see it. We talk about declining enrollment, and what's going to happen? We put a cannabis shop across the street from Anacapa. You think parents are going to want to have their kids, many kids walk to the mall and wait for their parents to pick them up. Many kids walk home from school in those areas from Pacific and from Anacapa. I mean, this is really concerning. And, we have a great community that advocates for many things. And I'm speaking directly to the parents and the families on this call that we need your help in this. It can't be just the board alone, but we need your help in this and really starting to raise a voice to make sure that this is something that you care about in this city, that closing our eyes 5 years from now, that we don't have 10, 20 cannabis shops throughout Ventura. This is something we really need to stand up for our students, for our families, and for this community. I don't mind us having opportunity in different areas where it's off in the distance, but that map's very concerning to me from the promises that were made during the time that this was brought in front of the council. Sabrina.
Sorry, and President Alvarez, I would just add that I think, moving forward, obviously this is important and timely right now, but moving forward, it also really is incumbent on us and on the community to pay attention, because if you remember a few years ago, we were successful in getting the council to expand the zone around our schools for tobacco. And very recently, there's one of the places that sells tobacco that's right across the street from Cabrillo, changed ownership, closed down, and there was an interest in putting a new establishment there, and only because concerned people brought it to the city's attention and said, oh, that's not, you can't grandfather that in, that's not allowed anymore, right? It was stopped. And I do think it takes all of us paying attention to these things to make sure that we're making progress, but also that we're not backsliding because we get distracted by other issues. So I think cannabis is something that the community has supported. It is here to stay. It's just a matter of doing it as responsible process as possible, and then making sure that our city is keeping their word. But thank you all.
Thank you so much. And that brings us to our agenda item 16, Conference for Educational Services. 16A, consideration for review of the K-12 school plans for student achievement, SPSA, for the 2021-22 school year. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Almaraz and trustees. Tonight you have coming to you on conference, which will be coming back to you for approval in the next regularly scheduled board meeting, our district's SPSAs. As with previous plans, there are elements of this that are pretty regimented, but one of the things that is unique about the SPSAs is that it aligns with our Lcat priorities. Before I get into a little bit more detail, I just want to share my appreciation for our site leaders, our parents, for our middle schools and high schools, our students that in particular have engaged in this process over this last year. There have been many challenges that our staff and communities have faced beyond the typical kinds of organizational issues that come with this process. And parents, many parents have stepped up across our communities when others who typically would have been very involved, but perhaps something else has come up. Other people have stepped up. So again, this is, of all the plans that come forward to you beyond the LCAP, the SPSA is the one that is the most dynamic. It is the one that is most locally based, and it's the one that requires, to varying degrees, depending upon the type of funding that the schools receive, a great degree of collaboration and focus on the needs of that specific site. So in terms of the plan itself, you received in the board memo a link to these plans. Should you approve them in our next regularly scheduled meeting, a couple of the pages will be redacted due to student names and then posted for public review. Any public member of the public who would like access to the SPSAs can contact the ESC. We can provide that for you at your request. But in terms of the board, I know many of you, if not all of you, have seen these documents over multiple years. You know that essentially the bulk of this, your attention could be drawn toward the budgets and the strategic plan elements. It is very, very difficult to talk about what is aligned from campus to campus because, as I said, the nature of the SPSA is designed to address the challenges and promises of each individual campus. So how each community utilizes its funds, whether it be Title I funds, our local supplemental funds, or any other types of, state funds that would be supplemental, or any other local funds, are locally decided in coordination with our school site councils. So that is essentially the overview for the SPSA, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And if should I not be able to answer any questions, we'll follow up with a board memo. This is called educator wait time. I'm just waiting.
Matt, you're muted.
I'm muted. Sorry, I didn't. I was asking Trustee Dannenberg if he had any questions. I didn't see his head nod on that one.
No, I don't have any questions. Just thank the staff for the tremendous amount of work that goes into these. I know that they're very laborious to put them all together, and I think that you've done a great job. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that moves to 16B, college and career readiness. Dr. Castro.
Okay, well, it's good to see you all again, President Almaraz and trustees. I'll be addressing you a couple times, but I'm going to be turning over the microphone to Dr. Bayless and Dr. Rickard in just a moment. I do want to provide a framing for tonight's discussion. As you know, we have a special board meeting planned for next Monday. This is going to be a very detailed presentation, and we hope to elicit your feedback, your ideas, your thoughts, your critiques on an intersection of basically college and career readiness. That intersection relates to our current graduation requirements. As you can see on the screen, our A to G eligibility and our CTE pathways. This is foundational for the next Monday's meeting, so that way we don't, again, have to repeat a lot of this information. But this is going to be, as I said, foundational for any types of priorities that you might be considering in future meetings. Beyond that, there is an addition to this presentation as it was previously posted. I will comment on that. Dr. Bayless will turn the mic back over to me for that moment. And that it relates to the A to G improvements grant process, which is a brand new, we received some very time-sensitive information that we wanted to bring to your attention for obvious reasons. But until then, Dr. Bayless, if you could please take the presentation and unmute yourself.
Well, thank you. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, President Almaraz, trustees, Dr. Rice, and the Ventura Unified Public. I just wanted to, before I launched in, I just wanted to thank many people who came to support this. Because of the inherent complexity, we have a wide variety of people to help support me in answering your questions, either during or at the end. I just wanted to recognize them. So Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Rickard, El Camino Principal and Ed Options Director, Hector Guerrero, Counselor Extraordinaire, Terry Dath of Ventura High School. Thanks for being here. Principal, Buena High School, Dr. Asplin, Principal, Deidre Menares of Pacific, Principal of Foothill Technology, Russell Gibbs, along with crisp white shirt Assistant Principal Frank Davis as well. So thank you all for being here, and I appreciate you supporting me as we learn together and draw the board into a conversation about the complexities and challenges and opportunities here. This first slide is an attempt to compare the different graduation requirements for Ventura Unified and the state minimums. So in that middle column there, we can see the state has minimum graduation requirements, and all districts go above and beyond those in some way. And so this is just some material that I think would be helpful to know where we exceed state minimums and where we align with state minimums, where we exceed them significantly or in a small way. So the notes over there on the right side are really important because they're going to come to help us talk in a more sophisticated way about how UC A to G sometimes is in tension with some elements of CTE pathway completion and some elements of the College Career Indicator Dashboard. But as you can see here, there are some significant differences. And again, as all districts have. Happy to answer questions on these, but these are our graduation requirements. I just want to draw your attention to a couple things here. Where there are no state minimums, we have about 4 areas that where we have a requirement that there is no requirement at all. For example, College Career Seminar. That is a commitment this district has made to provide for that freshman seminar course that's 5 credits, 1 semester. Also health, technically health does not have to be a course. The California state only requires that certain topics are discussed. In some other places, those topics are discussed in PE or covered in PE. And obviously our ethnic studies graduation requirement beginning for the graduating class that will be freshman next year. That's also going to be a state requirement. So that one doesn't quite fit this category that I'm describing. And of course, applied art. Applied art is a year-long requirement that Ventura has that is not a part of the state set of minimums. Now, to add another layer, our goal, obviously, first and foremost, is to get students a diploma, to get them graduating from high school. A second layer is having them be prepared to apply for UCs and CSUs. And that's what we call the A to G requirements. So it's important to note for this conversation for the public that the A to G requirements are minimums and that there are noted recommended years that exceed those minimums. So most notable in math, the minimum requirement is 3 years of high school math, rather as opposed to the recommended years of high school math, which is 4. And there's some science requirements. The basic science requirement is that there be 2 labs, one in physical, one in biological. So like a physics course or a chemistry course versus bio with their science topics. But the recommendation is, of course, to go above and beyond that with physics, with chemistry, with AP Environmental, et cetera. And one that's going to be important for this conversation is the LOTE, the language other than English conversation or requirement. And there's a 2-year minimum of the same language, but the recommended levels are 3 and 4 years. And so you can see here where there's minimums. And that's important to remember because those feed into our college and career indicator that I'll talk about in just a moment. But truthfully, given the challenges in applying and being competitive, it's very difficult to be a competitive candidate with just the minimums. So the recommended years are truly near requirements, not just recommended, near requirements for being a viable candidate to our very competitive UC and CSU schools. And I'll just offer on the far right column, you can see where our graduation requirements are aligned or not aligned. And the word aligned does not mean to suggest that we ought to be. There are, of course, challenges and tensions when districts align themselves fully to UC A to G. There are certain things that you have to give up. CT pathway completion, arts, those kinds of things. So I'm not suggesting alignment is optimal. I'm just saying in objective terms and absolute terms whether or not they're aligned. And I'll add one thing, and I really appreciate Terry for reminding me this because this often does not get talked about. It's that note at the bottom. It's really important, of course, we all know that you have to have C's or better or a pass during COVID in order to be eligible to have the class that you earn that grade in to be eligible for A to G. However, you still have to have a 2.5, which is above a C average, and you still have to have a 3.0 for UC. So at some point in your GPA, you have to have more than the minimum. So again, it's really important to focus on the UC A to G requirements indeed are minimums, and that you have to have more than just C's. And the recommended years are truly near required for competitiveness. Nonetheless, it's important to consider because that's on our college and career indicator. Okay.
And Dr. Bellis, just before
yes.
we move on, I know with these longer presentations, President Almaraz, would you like to go through the protocols, at different intervals, or would you like to wait for questions until the end?
I see lots of head nodding.
Yeah, my trustees would like to comment on it. Trustee Lomax?
No, I want to see the whole presentation, then I'll have some questions.
Trustee Dannenberg?
I'm the same way. I'd like to see the whole presentation, then I got my comments.
Trustee Rodriguez?
I'm going to buck the trend. Sorry, Dr. Bayless. I have a couple of questions. Under language other than English, it says 2 years, but is it actually 2 years or level 2?
Great question. So it's 2 years, but there are other ways to earn the 2 years of credit. And Tara, I might need your help with this one. You can take 1 semester of a college course, and that 1 semester serves into the 2-year requirement. And there are also ways to test out of the 2-year requirement. So they're really, you're right. The complexity goes deeper than even that I'm presenting here. There should be asterisks there that say that it's not just a 2-year requirement. It's a level requirement. So you're absolutely right. But it's most often fulfilled by 2 years of high school language. Terry, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered that. So it really is the level that they're looking for, bottom line, and there are ways to make that known to the UCs when they apply. But let's say one of our students takes the Spanish class in 8th grade, and then they take Spanish 2 in 9th grade. They can be done with the minimum, and they will meet that requirement.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's what I thought. And I just wanted to clarify that. And then the other question I had is around college and career. Because when that class was originally adopted, the idea was that it would be concurrent enrollment and that kids would get college credit for taking that class. But I'm not sure that that has actually materialized. So I was curious, has that materialized? And then like how many kids are actually getting college credit for it?
Yeah, great question. College and Career Seminar is what's called an articulated CTE course. And so it's a kind of dual enrollment course. However, it's eligible to be dual enrollment. It's up to the students to sign on, and it's totally optional. And those articulation agreements are year to year based on the teaching staff. So we have to update those articulation agreements. So the answer to your question is somewhat complex. It has materialized. It is an articulated class with Ventura College. However, during COVID, we had difficulty connecting with Ventura College. Usually they send somebody out to our classrooms to help the students navigate the registration process. And that has been a challenge in the last couple of years. And so it's really, we could find the data on the percentage of students that enroll, but we do have a large number of students that just choose not to.
I have a question. I'm sorry, Trustee Rodriguez, but do they really choose not to, or do they just not know? Because one of the reasons that we agreed to do this course was that because of the dual enrollment, they would get more credits, which would then go back and take care of that applied art requirement that they have.
Well, registering for the Ventura College credits, registering as a college student and earning those college credits doesn't add credits to your Ventura Unified School District transcript. So if you pass that college and career seminar class, that one semester class, you're going to get 5 credits, regardless of whether or not you apply for the articulated credits. What happens when you do apply for the articulated credits is that you start a college transcript and then you get college credits. There are some students that, for whatever reason, they elect not to. You could argue that some students don't understand the benefit of it, but there also are, it's really important to note, there are some downsides to it. If you start a college transcript and you do poorly, that grade is permanent on the college record. So it's important that we communicate the realities to students so that they can make the best decisions possible. We obviously promote it, but we think it helps motivate them. And studies have shown that students that start a college transcript while in high school more likely matriculate to college in their post-secondary lives. So,
and Dr. Bayless, if I could just jump in and piggyback on this, this is a really important conversation for our At Promise kids who are enrolled in and who could be operating under the dashboard alternative school status, and that is now kind of in limbo. And I just want to remind the board that the DAS, as it's called, has been the accountability system for our alternative school students that was recently rejected by the feds, the U.S. Department of Education. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because the state just filed a waiver to allow that to continue. And in that model, and even without that model, there are very limited ways that our alternative education students can move out of the not prepared category into the approaching prepared, and then hopefully into the prepared. College credit is one of those ways that is reasonable. So, we have students who are severely credit deficient, and they're not going to likely be A to G compliant. They probably, a lot of them aren't taking AP classes. They're not going to pass AP exams. They may or may not pass proficient and above on their standardized tests. And so with the limited approaches that we have to get those students college and career ready, I would just caution the board that if a mechanism like this is eliminated, or I'm not saying that you're considering that, but I just want to have it out there right from the get-go that if that requirement is adjusted for all kids, then we should be ready to address a replacement strategy for our students who have many fewer options to get out of that not prepared category for college and career readiness. And those are our alt-ed kids.
Thank you. I had two other questions, Dr. Bayless. And first, I just want to thank you because I love the way you organize your presentations. It's so helpful. And I feel like,
oh, thank you.
I can totally see your thinking on these, which is really great for me. So is it possible, if we go back to the graduation requirements versus state requirements part, is it possible for a class to meet more than one of those categories?
Yes, I believe they're affectionately known as wobblers. And so you can have a class. So, for example, marching band at Buena High School. Marching band can fulfill, for a student that needs PE credits, it can fulfill a PE requirement, or it can fulfill an arts requirement, depending upon what the student needs. So, yes, we have those kinds of classes. And in our ethnic studies structure, we will not have a standalone 10-credit class requirement. We will have it's almost similar to the health requirement, where we have to have certain topics discussed, and they can be met in the class itself, or it can be met in a wide variety of other classes that are deputized to provide that credit. So, yeah, you're asking great questions, and I'm really glad, because I'm always a little bit unsure how much complexity to bring up in these versus how much to skim over and let your questions guide that. So I appreciate that.
No, this is great. So I guess my question, because you brought up ethnic studies, right? And when we look at the history, social science requirement, that dovetails so much with the ethnic studies work that our educators have done to create a course that really looks at local history, our local culture, and looking at social dynamics, right? Which to me is all history, social science. So would it be possible to, in some way, have a course that met both? But it sounded like what you said is it can meet either or, but it cannot be both.
Yeah, no, for ethnic studies, I apologize. For ethnic studies, it can meet both, so long as the two requirements that are being met are not standalone credit requirements. So you can meet the history, social science 10-unit U.S. history requirement with U.S. history, and you can also fulfill the ethnic studies content requirement if that course has the sufficient content. Now, the trick is in English, you don't have specific books or topics that need to be addressed. So you can build an ethnic studies curriculum that fulfills all the standards of English. In history, it gets a little more challenging because you have to address certain elements of U.S. history per the standards that might not necessarily dovetail well with talking about them through an ethnic studies lens. So that's where, and even more the case with math or science, but nonetheless, there's nothing that precludes our teachers from creating courses that fulfill the science and math standards and also the ethnic studies content requirement. And that work is being spearheaded by Dr. Molinar in multilingual, multicultural, and she can speak to that too if you have more specific questions about that.
No, that's it. And then I have one other question, sorry,
no problem. This is
on
great.
your first slide. My last question on this slide is, when you mention waivers, are those sort of equally the number of students who were applying for waivers, is that kind of equally distributed across all of our secondary campuses, or do we find that tends to happen more either to a particular category of student or at a particular campus?
That's a great question. I would say offhand that it is structurally more challenging in environments where you don't have 7 periods, because the majority of, now there are different kinds of waivers, and we're talking about that fifth line there, the physical education waiver, correct? Mm-hmm. You have medical waivers, which those come from everywhere, anywhere and everywhere. But the waivers that come from students that have impacted schedules because they're trying to do they're trying to do, sorry, I'm going to take you back to this. They're trying to do the recommended number of years for language other than English. They're also involved in the arts, which we of course support. It makes it very difficult sometimes to, if they missed a class, to continue on in physical education. And I would just offer too that, so to answer your question, 6-period environments, Buena High School, I'd say, has probably more of the non-medical kinds, but I wouldn't say that it's so pronounced that it's grossly disproportional. I just want to offer, I know that these are always of concern, valid concern for any board that is being requested to waiver students out of requirement. Those are all legally allowable ed code afforded waivers. So they're there for a reason. And so I would just offer that I think it's the state is saying physical education is absolutely important, but we do recognize that there are good, valid reasons why students cannot meet that requirement.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else for me right now.
I see Trustee Lomax has her hand up.
I just have one question. Oftentimes over the years, we've waived requirements for applied arts for a student that's been taking language all 4 years or music or whatever. But I got to thinking about the student that, for whatever reason, has to take an extra English class or a math class because they struggled. And what do we do for those kids that they still have their schedule becomes extremely difficult because they may be in more than one
class, that's an outstanding point. Outstanding point. And if we were to go back and look at all of the recommendations for applied arts waivers that I've brought, I would say that it's probably 50-50 of the number of students that have an impacted schedule due to an ambitious recommended level UCA to G course of study versus those that, like what you're saying, they are having to take classes over again during the school year. And so they have an impacted schedule because they couldn't take all the needed credits over the summer. So you're absolutely right. The applied arts waivers, that would be called a local waiver because, again, it's not a state requirement. So we just come to you and say, we don't need you to access a state waiver, just a local waiver. And those are the reasons why that happens. And Terry, again, and Frank, I know you've got a ton of experience with this. Feel free to add to that or correct me if I'm wrong, because that's a really important feature of our conversation tonight.
I just wanted to point out that the college and career seminar class does count as 5 of the applied arts credits for graduation. So on the chart, it might look like it's a whole year of applied art, but they will get 5 of that done, half of it through college and career seminar.
Yeah, great point, Terry. And so students, after they complete college and career seminar, have a dangling 5 credits. And I know that there's lots of conversations about master scheduling, how we should have semester courses for kids. But the truth is, we don't have semester classes. And honestly, it's very difficult to have semester classes because, as you can see, in all of these areas, these are year-long requirements. Having semester courses does not support UCA to G, it doesn't support CTE. It might serve our local requirement to get that extra 5 credits for college and career seminar, but that's one of the other reasons why applied arts kind of has a slightly distorting effect on students' course of study and schedule sometimes.
Great, and you can proceed with, I don't see any other questions. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, I love it. Thank you very much for the questions. I really appreciate the chance to clarify as we go. Okay, so this is, we left off here on the UCA to G, and I pointed out some important things and again, some nuances that I think have escaped me at various points about that 2.5 and the 3.0 and Trustee Rodriguez, what you brought up about the language other than English, that's a great point as well. And there's also other nuances there in the notes with science, that the biological, one physical, it's slightly different for UCs and CSUs. So it gets really tricky. If a student can be CSU approved AG, but not UC A to G approved, with all kinds of little differences if they took earth science, et cetera. So we'll go down that rabbit hole if you'd like to, but I'll keep going just in case we want to be done by midnight. Okay. Grades lower than a C and AG required courses. By far and away, this is the number one reason why our students do not graduate meeting A to G requirements. So remember, Ds are in credit towards graduation, but they do not qualify for A to G. And we do have the highest DNF rates, as all schools do, all districts do. This is not Ventura Unified specific. But English and math are very difficult, particularly English. The moment a student gets a D in English, they're off track for A to G immediately because it's a 4-year requirement. And we offer grade remediation, different than credit remediation. So credit remediation is you got an F, you got no credits. Grade remediation is you got a D, you got credits, but that D prohibits you from getting A to G certified. So we offer remediation, grade remediation in the summer, but students aren't always motivated to do that. And these number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, it's really important. I connected with all the counselors on this, and I really appreciate their input just to check my own experience and understanding. Their comments were numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 are distant second to number 1. And so the DNF rate is absolutely the most critical. And so I don't want to make it seem like these are all roughly similar in terms of their weight and their impact. But nonetheless, if a student doesn't take language other than English, if they take 1 year, they're immediately not A to G. And obviously that comes down to some elements of student choice. We have really engaged students in our arts, ASB and CTE, and particularly in environments where it's hard to get a 7th period class, et cetera, that can be prohibitive. This high school level math issue is really important. We have a 3-year math requirement. So it seems like our graduation requirements are aligned with UC A to G. Well, that's actually not true because A to G requires 3 years of high school level math. So a student that starts at math readiness, and we do have an increasing number due to COVID, it was very difficult to motivate and engage students online, as we all knew, we all lived that. And math was one of the areas to suffer. So we do have increased rates of math readiness placements for our freshmen. And that means they have to take math 4 years in order to meet that 3-year UC A to G requirement. They have to start in math readiness and go math 1, 2, and 3, or data science. We'll talk about that. And so that can be a challenge. This number 4 here, we have students that miss the physical and biological lab science. If a student starts in earth science, they are not A to G, and they typically start in earth science if they are not placed into math 1. And the reason for that is the real technical rule is bio with earth science topics counts as a biolab science UC A to G course only if the student is concurrently enrolled in Math 1. If the student is in math readiness, if they are enrolled in bio with earth science topics, that does not count. I'd love to see that go away. There are some signs of UC A to G sort of easing up on that, but nonetheless, that can be prohibitive. And then finally, the missing the year of visual performing art. When we have students that can't take it because the only slot they have in their class, and per your comment earlier, Trustee Lomax, maybe they were doing some grade remediation during the school year. Maybe they're doing some credit remediation during the school year. They have very limited spaces. And so they need to take that applied arts class. Well, that means that they can't take that 1 year visual performing art. And obviously CT pathway completion, getting a student into that 2nd year, remember it takes 2 years, can also preclude students. So maybe I'll stop there. That was a lot. President Almaraz, is this also a good time to stop? I promise I don't have 20 more slides. There's only maybe 4.
Terry actually has a question.
Well, I just wanted to make a comment that for the lab science, I want to clarify that when they do start in earth science, they still can meet the UC A to G requirements, but then they need to do that recommended 3rd year of science. but also that the earth science does count as the G, the college prep elective for UCs. So it's not an entire waste for students to be in earth science to start high school.
Great point. Well, and what it does, though, is that it means that a student, just like in math, if a student starts in math readiness, they have to take more math than is required for graduation, which can be challenging to motivate students, because then it's not just take another year of math, it's take another year of math instead of that class that you really wanted to take and you were saving for your senior year, et cetera. So, and that's the same calculation that applies to earth science.
The only thing I had to ask Dr. Bayless is just on the, I look at the number one line, B, highest DF rates are in English and math, retaking courses due to F's, limit progression through A to G. And I know with the new abilities of the Flex program, is that something that we can use to balance the opportunity for those students to still take, to still have that progression through A through G, even though they'll have an extra class through Flex?
Yeah, really well noted, President Almaraz. We do. Flex does allow us to have students on a regimen during the school year that allows them to earn credits and also remediate grades. So it does provide that option. Absolutely.
Thank you. And you can proceed, I believe.
Okay. Okay. So
sorry, you didn't ask us if we had questions. You just went. You went, but you didn't ask us.
I asked prior to that, but I just said I didn't see any hands up. So.
Oh, no, I had questions. But Terry spoke, and then we didn't go. So I don't know if Dr. Dannenberg or Belma have questions.
You're up, Trustee Priorities.
Sweet. So, so my question is, I guess, so if we look at that first item that President Almaraz was talking about in terms of the D's and F's in our English and math class, particularly for freshmen, and I know to some extent for sophomores, it makes me think, well, what do we need to be doing in middle school, right, to get those kids to high school so that they're prepared to be successful in a high school level math class? And I recognize that there are a lot of factors outside of our control, but these are the things that really excite us as a board, right? Because we're talking about student achievement, and this is why we are all here. So rather than kind of looking at this as a hurdle, to me, it's an opportunity to really look at, where are our kids coming in from, and what are we doing to support them so that they can be successful and not have to remediate that class as a freshman or sophomore and get off track.
Yeah, you're absolutely right in that it is an opportunity for us to reflect on what we're doing to prepare students to be on track for graduation, to be on track for all the metrics of meeting college and career preparedness. So you're absolutely right. I would even say that the conversation about math needs to go all the way down to elementary school. Typically, students who struggle in high school or they start high school placed in math readiness have a long history of mathematics struggle. We have ongoing conversations about math. Just this year, we are piloting a new math intervention curriculum. We are constantly trying to think about ways that we can place students. We have a math bridge in the summer whereby students who are placed in math readiness for their 9th grade year, as they're exiting their 8th grade year, they can take math readiness in the summer, do well enough to then start Math 1 and on track for all these things that we're talking about. But those are all things that we're doing, and they haven't been wildly successful, to be blunt. We need to do better. We need to find ways to support and intervene earlier and more effectively. I would say that don't be that sweeping. Many districts struggle with math intervention. We also have math intervention placements that parents can waive out of. It's not mandatory, because often in middle school and in high school it means that they don't get an elective. And so there's that tension, and again, this is the theme of the presentation. There's that tension between wanting to connect the kid to school through an elective, and our elective teachers are fantastic at that through the arts, versus trying to go through the front door and say, you need more math. We're going to give you more math. And truthfully, those direct front door, you need more math kinds of interventions have not been successful for us. So we're constantly trying to rethink.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that, because I do think, part of the reason for us asking to have this conversation around graduation requirements really is that idea that we want to allow kids to study what they love and to go deep on their passions and to some extent get out of their way, right, on the things that they want to do and that motivate them to come to school, while at the same time not taking them off the pathways to some of their potential next steps, right? So doing what we can to keep them moving forward so that all of their options are open, i.e., the A to G requirements, but at the same time, removing as many as possible of the barriers from them being able to really enjoy and thrive during their high school experience.
Yeah, I really love that phrase, get out of their way. That's true. I mean, we want to motivate kids and inspire them. And then, they're young adults. At this phase of their life, they're young adults. They have preferences, they have desires. And we need to be able to show them all the options and opportunities. But hopefully when we do that, we can get out of their way and just help them launch in the direction we're going. And that actually is a perfect segue into this next this next slide, because I think one of the most, I've said it before, one of the most enlightened things I think the state has done recently in the accountability system is this. It honors the fact that there are many different ways for students to launch into a successful post-secondary life. And that is true. There is not one way. We all can demonstrate that with our own life stories. So I want to talk about this college and career readiness metric. It's called the CCI, the College and Career Readiness Indicator. It's a part of our dashboard, and the dashboard tracks our progress on all kinds of things, our work with English language learners, suspension rates, attendance, etc. But this one is obviously most important for the academic goals that we have for students. So they're organized in two rows, and it's really important to notice the structure, and I'm going to highlight that a couple times here. This top row is what I call a standalone criteria. It means the state has said that a student can be deemed prepared for college and career by getting one of these things. And not every school and district has all of these things to offer. So our school doesn't currently have a leadership military science academy like an ROTC, nor do we have an IB program, International Baccalaureate. So we have 4 ways that a student can stand alone, check that box, and be deemed college and career prepared. The second row, it's important. This is not in any way to say it's less important, but nonetheless, it's a fact about the structure of the state's accountability system. CTE pathway completion is a kind of a +1. It requires an additional metric to be completed in order for that student to be deemed college and career ready. And that's the same for UC A to G. Now, it seems a little counterintuitive to say that, wow, UC A to G is not up at the top. It's not one of the main ways a student can get certified as college and career ready. Well, remember that the UC A to G rate qualifications are minimums. And so the degree to which those minimums support students in their post-secondary lives, I think you could debate it. It's certainly in our very competitive application environment for CSUs and UCs, the minimums are really tough to get in on, just to be blunt. And so nonetheless, that's where there's a little bit of a distinction between those two layers. So let's dive in a little bit. I want to talk about the challenges, and as you said earlier, Trustee Rodriguez, every challenge here, there's opportunities, and I hope that we are able to highlight those as well. So for this top level, the standalone criteria, the challenges that we have, honestly, for that first one is we get opt-outs, and we're always trying to communicate to parents how important it is, not only for their students' academic well-being, it gives us feedback on how they are doing. Now, you could argue in the 11th grade year, what are you going to be able to do with 1 year of high school after you get that feedback? Well, there's still time for us to intervene. There's still time for us to say, hey, you need to take an ERWC class in order to be prepared for college level English. There's all kinds of things that we can do. And it is one of the ways, if you go down to the third item there, it is required for students that want that bilingual seal. And that's really important. We have a commitment in this district to bilingual education, multilingual education, and the state prioritizes it as well. It is one of the standalone criteria. However, you need to have an ELA CASP score in your 11th grade year. If you opt out, you can't go back and take it. And we do have a lot of, I was just talking with Assistant Principal Frank Davis about this the other day. We have a lot of regretful parents and students who want that bilingual seal their senior year, but they opted out in their 11th grade year. And obviously, as Dr. Rice mentioned earlier, and I should note too that everything Dr. Rice said about the DAS and the alternate dashboard, this is the non-alternative dashboard. And we're waiting for the state's waiver to be accepted by the Fed. So fingers crossed there. We're always trying to get our students to engage more with AP courses, but truthfully, they're college courses on a high school campus. They're challenging. Passing the AP exams is daunting. The test costs money. You don't have to take the test, but still. But we have some good news on that coming too, on being able to support students. At this +1 level, we've already talked about that, but it's worth reminding everybody that that DNF rate is really the most prohibitive thing for students in earning A to G certification. And the applied arts graduation requirement does sometimes prohibit students from doing the thing that would get them to the UC A to G level. And again, A to G alone does not give a student a prepared designation. And that's really important to remember. It is a +1. You have to do one of those additional things listed there. And also CT pathway completion. We're all very committed to helping our students be prepared for careers and post-secondary certifications in high need, high wage, high skill areas. However, in this metric here, CTE pathway completion alone does not grant prepared status. And again, what we talked about earlier, it's optional for students to sign up for the college credit that they may have access to because of that articulated capstone class or because of that articulated college and career class. We do have some capstone classes that are not articulated, and through no fault of our own, we're always trying to work with our local community colleges to articulate the classes, but the structure at the college level is it's up to the dean and the teacher of that class whether or not to sign that paper that gives our class articulated credit. So, and one other thing too, I think it's important to talk about because it does impact students' ability to complete CT pathways. We have scheduling conflicts for what are called Singleton classes. So a Singleton class is when a class appears once on the master schedule. So I don't know if this is true. I'm making this up, Terry. I don't have your master schedule memorized yet. I almost have it memorized, but let's say AP Environmental Science. AP Environmental Science, let's say it's a Singleton class. It's only taught one period, and it's placed period 5 because that's the fewest number of conflicts. The most number of students who wanted that class can have it period 5. Well, for 5 students, it runs up against the other Singleton in period 5 that we had to place there, which is some other class. Let's say it's art and design or photography. So now a student has to choose between those 2 classes. We're always trying to place Singleton classes in periods that with the least number of conflicts. So the fewest number of students have to choose between one or the other. But it's impossible in an environment where nearly all CTE courses are Singleton classes. Okay. And just to elaborate a little bit more on challenges related to CTE, when we say our CTE courses in Ventura Unified District, or any district says this, that they're UC A to G approved, that's true. However, the majority can only be G classes. And students tend to graduate high school with lots of G. So G's aren't the ones that we talked about earlier that are the ones that are a struggle for student to get. So that's just the reality of it. We have some CTE courses that serve as fine arts. We have some that serve as math, some that serve as science. So we're always trying to do that because that's the sweet spot where you can get CTE courses to fulfill those other letter UC A to G requirements. So again, I think we've talked about this last point here is that if a student is working towards A to G recommended levels, which they really need to in order to have a competitive application, there's really not a lot of room for CTE, and sometimes we've talked about the applied arts as well in specific school environments, particularly where there's not a 7th period. So those are the challenges with CTEs.
Dr. Bayless, if I could just add one thing, I apologize for the interruption. So the other bugaboo in the CTE situation that we have currently is that we have a level of course called an introductory course. So that makes our CTE pathways technically 3 full years. So we have challenges with students being able to take 3 full years of a CTE pathway. So one of the things that we're looking at doing is to remove that introductory level. So then students would enroll in that concentrator and a capstone course of 2 full years. And then we would have more students completing pathways. So we're currently working with our teachers on that initiative.
Yeah, great point. Thank you very much, Dr.
And Dr. Bayless, just jumping into the language on some of these slides I just want to share, is geared towards identifying barriers to A to G improvement. But I just want to make clear to the board, I am not an advocate that is the be all and the end all, right? Like, we know that we have a lot of students who are better served with CTE pathway completion than they are to A to G. And so I just want us to be cognizant of that and to be careful in the way that we're thinking about this, because we have lots of really quality CTE pathway, lots of kids going through those programs who are succeeding and doing very well, who don't need nor want to be A to G compliant. And what we're trying to do, going back to Greg's, Dr. Bayless's slide where he was showing the enlightened model that he thinks so highly of, and I agree. It's because the state finally recognized that there are multiple ways for kids to succeed and matriculate through high school to be college and career ready. So I just wanted to make the point that we're focused on A to G, and it's true that if A to G for all were the goal of the board, then yes, CTE is a barrier to that. But if the goal is college and career readiness, not A to G, but college and career readiness, then CTE pathway completion should be seen as an equal and sometimes superior model for kids who aren't going to college and who want to have straight into career or trade school to build on their skill levels post-secondary. So I just wanted to share that. And then finally, Dr. Bayless, and I know you know this, we're really focused on getting our kids into that prepared category. And you were right to show the circle on the bottom couple of boxes there, the and one. But it's also true that without the and one, it doesn't mean they go all the way back to they're not prepared. There's an intermediary step called approaching prepared that for some of our kids, and this is why it's so important to call time out and think about the DAS. Hopefully that will be approved by the feds. For some of our students who are severely credit deficient and who don't have an opportunity to finish pathways, we really need to be working to try to get them into the approaching prepared through college enrollment or pathway completion, even without the and one. So those are just some nuances that I wanted to point out before we move on to the next point. But thank you, Dr. Bayless, for allowing me to jump in and share those points.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dr. Rice. And I want to say, too, I mean, I've tried to present a degree of agnosticism with this and just trying to say, here are the facts of the metrics. But I will just say very openly that I 100% agree with you. I think a UC A to G centric system does not serve students. And so I completely agree with you. And I appreciate the chance to echo that. So, and I'm grateful.
And then Dr. Bayless, if I could just jump in.
That goal. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dr. Bayless, me again. And as we work to change hearts and minds around that UC A to G centric system, and that means informing our families, informing our students, informing all of us of that amazing opportunity that's available to our students. One more thing that I want us to know, just for the community's benefit, is that all of our CTE pathway courses are A to G approved. So, for any family that's like, oh no, that's not for my child, that is absolutely not the case. These are amazing courses. They're industry standard courses. They're going to help your child get high wage jobs in high demand areas, and they are amazing. So just wanted to add that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rickard. This this next section, and I've got sort of color coding here, and I apologize if the color coding does not help, but I'm trying to differentiate between the current planned and the needed initiatives. And I could give you a million slides on this, but this hopefully gives you at least a rough impression of what we think we're doing, where we think we need to go, what's currently being offered, et cetera. So for that standalone, the upper level, excuse me. We are always having conversations with opt-out families, and I know that that's going to increase, particularly with us being back in somewhat of a normal non-COVID year, and the state obviously is not suspending CASP again. We know that for a fact this year, where that was a question last year, and it was suspended the year prior. So we encourage all of our families to help us learn how they're doing so that they can get feedback, particularly in their senior year, and also be eligible for the state bilingual seal for those students that qualify. This is probably the most exciting thing for me, because I think it's one of the most under-leveraged areas that we have that we're going to make some great progress on in the coming year. So the governor has proposed a dual enrollment grant in his proposed budget. We don't know the status of that yet, but we do know that dual enrollment is absolutely supported and prioritized by the state. And we should be completely unapologetic about saying that, encouraging our students to take even required for graduation courses in a dual enrollment capacity. Because again, the research is very clear that students that successfully engage in college and community college coursework during their high school years are far more likely to do well and to engage in post-secondary environments when they may not have without it, and it reduces their time to graduate in college. It reduces the cost. All good things. So we just had a great meeting. Hector Guerrero and I and Jesus Vega, Dr. Jesus Vega at Ventura College, had a great meeting earlier this week, and excited to be able to roll out some plans, hopefully for fall of 2022. So that'll be another slideshow. Obviously, I mentioned the bilingual seal and the AP coursework, and needing to lean more heavily. And we have great AVID programs. We really do have great AVID programs, but it's a challenge for students to enroll in those because they have to give up an elective sometimes. So, but nonetheless, AVID works. It's research-based, it's proven. So that's absolutely something that we hopefully can continue to win the day with students and families on in promoting. For this, the +1 criteria for UC A to G completion, I'm going to pass the microphone, and mercifully my time will come to an end here, and I'll pass the microphone over to Dr. Castro, and we'll talk a little bit more about the A to G rate improvement grant. One of the other things I'm really excited about is the data science as a 30-year option for high school math. So we've had it for 3 years at Ventura High School. It's really successful. It's now going to increase in the number of sections. So we typically have a demand of, let's say, 60 or 70. That's 2 sections. We have demand pushing 100 next year. So that's 3 sections. And we have teachers at Foothill and Buena High School being trained in data science with Natalie Albrizio, our math TOSA, to prepare to offer it next year. It wasn't on students' course registration materials because it was kind of a quick pivot recently after we learned of a new course being offered from Stanford, developed at Stanford for free. So we're going to work on adopting that course with you, the board. But we're going to go to all the students taking Math 3 and offer them data science. And that's another way that we can improve A to G certification, because we're offering less theoretical, more flexible ways for students to fulfill that 30-year requirement. And I think, obviously, this has been talked about too. We absolutely need to and we need to continue to work on improving, on reducing the numbers of 9th graders in math readiness. And again, that top one, the consideration of eliminating the applied arts requirement for increased student flexibility so that they can go to the recommended level for UC A to G if they choose, so that they can lean into those areas where we can, like Trustee Rodriguez said, get out of their way and let them go with their passions as they prepare for their post-secondary lives. With respect to CTE completion, I think we've touched on all of these, but this last bullet there really is, and this is my very bad attempt at an analogy here, but we have lots of layers and levels. We have California state minimums, VUSD minimums, all these different layers and levels, and they're in some degree in tension with one another, but it doesn't mean that those tensions are unresolvable. There's opportunities there, and so I'll pass the mic over to Dr. Castro, who's going to talk about one of the many opportunities that we have to help students launch into their successful post-secondary lives.
Thank you, Dr. Bayless. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Before we pivot to the next section, I wanted to defer to President Almaraz for any questions they might have.
Trustee Lomax. Thank you.
I really appreciate the presentation, and it's about time that people recognize that not all students are going to go to college. And, years ago we said, oh, let's do A to G, we'll raise the bar and everybody will get up to the bar. That is not true. And what I have found with my CTE courses is that you get the kids excited and involved in something that they like, then they not only enter college at some point, maybe not right away. I've had students that have left and gone and gotten a job and then realized they would make more money if they went and finally did college, and now they're making lots and lots of money. There's also students that are making six figures that have never spent a day in college because they learned a skill. But no matter what, even a college graduate has to have a skill. And that's one of the things they say, well, we can't give you a job because you're not skilled. But if you teach these kids a skill in high school, they're going to go into the job placement with a much better chance of making that great salary and being successful if they have a career. So thank you that finally people recognize that not all kids fit in the same peg. We're just not one size fits all, period. And I appreciate the presentation, and I hope that we continue to be innovative. Like I taught my last few years at ACE Charter High School. ACE is a small charter high school. ACE stands for Architecture, Construction, and Engineering. They have an IB International Baccalaureate for their construction program. There's no reason we can't have it on several of our campuses. We have more students and bigger programs. It's out there. It's available for us to take hold and get these kids interested in some kind of a career, because it says college and career readiness, not just college readiness. So thank you very much for this presentation, and anything I can do to help to continue with the courses that get kids interested in school. You have kids that not every child's an athlete, not every child's a musician, not every child dreams of going to Yale or Notre Dame, or they just want to get out and make a living and be successful. And that's our job, regardless, is to make sure that every child that leaves our school district is prepared to be a productive part of society. So thank you. And let's forge on and not lose sight. I'm not saying lose sight of those that will go on to college, but statistics show us that the majority of kids will not go straight into college out of high school. So we've got to continue to teach these kids that are the ones that are, let's face it, folks, when was the last time you asked your auto mechanic what he charged? You just get your car fixed, and they make really, really good money. And we need the blue collar workers. We need people to fix our cars, to repair something around our home, to repair an appliance. And we've ignored these professions for so long. It's time that America, and especially Ventura Unified School District, gets back on their feet and recognizes that it takes us all to make everything work. So thank you. I'm so pleased. Can you tell? I'm passionate about this.
Thank you, Velma. Dr. Denver?
Yes, as Dr. Rice is aware, maybe the rest of my board members are aware, we received a public comment on this, a written public comment on this, alleging basically this is going to have some sort of negative impact on our special education students. Maybe Dr. Rice could address that just briefly, how this affects our special education students and where we go there. And then my second question would relate, has this had or does this have any negative effect on our overall electives program?
I'll let Terry and Dr. Bayless talk about the elective program. Certainly the diagram that I won't ask you to throw that slide back up, Greg, because it made me dizzy, but I know what you were trying to do, right? It was showing that they are in tension. That's the word you used. And that's the challenge that we have in our elective programs. Dr. Bayless is exactly right about that. But to the written comment that we got, I feel like that was exhorting us appropriately to make sure that our students with IEPs have access to as many of these programs as we can. And certainly there's no reason why that should not be the case. I think there was a comment made to the effect that pathways that are not aligned to high-skilled, high-wage jobs, high-skilled, high-wage jobs should not exist, and they don't. We've cleaned that up. We've corrected it so that our pathways are all aligned to the labor market sectors here in Ventura County that lead to high-skill, high-wage jobs. That does not mean that we still don't have some work to do with cleaning up some electives that are in place that are not aligned either to a graduation requirement or a CTE pathways. I think the guided studies was one example, but there are others that we have work to do, and I think we're doing a really good job. I commend our counselors and our site administrators for all the work they're doing to make sure that the limited options that are available to kids who are taking these ambitious schedules are not, I don't want to say cluttered, but not, I don't know, Greg, what's the right word I'm looking for, but it's just, they're better aligned so that the options are more integrated and easier to complete than when they take classes that are either not a part of a pathway or not a part of a graduation requirement or not aligned to future post-secondary opportunities. And that was part of the work that Dr. Chandler did when we hired her 3 years ago, was to make sure that all of our pathways were aligned to post-secondary opportunities and that had work-based learning opportunities aligned with them. So I hope that answers your question, but there should be no reason why these pathway programs and A to G requirements are not available to as broad a group of students as we can. Absolutely.
No, and I agree with everything you said, and it comes down to what can students fit in their schedule, and for special education students in particular, what does the IEP require? If the IEP requirement has a directed studies requirement or has courses that maybe a double block of an English class to support students' literacy development, that it's a zero-sum game when it comes to student schedules. So when you get something, you have to give up something else. So, but that's true for all students. That's true for EL students who might be in a double block intervention program. That's true for students who are in need of credit recovery. So that tension, the theme of the night here, that tension is not exclusive to special education students in any way. So I think our counselors are always doing a fantastic job, as our APs of C&I do, are trying to navigate that tension, get students the most number of options possible. Now, options.
Well, one quick thing, Dr. Bayless. Yeah. One of the courses that we have, one of the pathways that we have at Ventura High School is a robotics pathway, which is a capstone, of course, and of course a concentrator before that. That course is offered on Tuesday and Thursday nights from 5:30 to 9 p.m. That was the one that Mrs. Lomax taught in. And it is open to every single student in this district. And it is enrolled with special education students. So with students with IEPs routinely enroll in that course and are highly successful in that course. So that's just one example in which students with disabilities are very, very successful in our robotics courses, doing the same things that every other child is doing. They're designing, they're machining, they're building, they're wiring, they're programming, and they're competing. So that's something that we're very proud of.
And
go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, Dr. Bayless. I just wanted to share another example that I think is really important to this discussion is with the development of our Sa Elias Ranch, we are we need to be very proactive in ensuring that that amazing project is accessible to our students with IEPs. So I've directed staff to staff that facility with a full-time position to coordinate with all of our schools to bring kids into that program to make sure that they have access. And then finally, just going back to your point, Dr. Dannenberg, I think what the public comment was talking about had to do with the IEP teams assigning classes like directed studies that maybe are not productive to those students. And so that could be some work that we have to do with professional development in helping our teachers and our site administrators be more aware of what programs are available to those teams, and that's some work that we can certainly engage in.
And I just wanted to build on what Dr. Rickard said, that the robotics course in the evening is accessible to all students, even though it exists on Ventura High School's campus. And technically that's true of all of our CTE courses. Students can multi-site over to another school out of boundary when they offer a program that doesn't exist at their home site. Now, there are challenges there, because if it's third period and they don't have transportation to get there and then get back, but nonetheless, our counselors know that that's, and our administration knows too, that that's absolutely an option. And I'd love to have a van shuttle service, and we're shuttling kids back and forth to get kids the CTE courses that we can't offer everywhere, because the people are hard to come by and the numbers may not support them being the same CTE course at every site. But that's a dream of mine.
And could somebody address my second question, which was about the electives? Are we squeezing electives with all this?
Well, that's tough to answer. I'd say that when a student, first of all, what is an elective? So, for example, for a UCA to G student, a language other than English is not an elective. But for our graduation requirements, language other than English is an elective. So it really depends on the sequence, that a course of study that a student is engaged in. There's always competition for students in elective environments, and that is some of the just unfortunate truth about a declining enrollment environment, is that your elective programs are competing for fewer students. So we have to either let students we have to run programs that students choose, or we have to strategically limit some enrollment here and phase out some programs in order to shepherd students into other programs, because they are CTE programs that support high wage, high skill, high need post-secondary lives. So it's a really tough question to answer, but there is a squeeze. There is a squeeze, but it's multi-factored, declining enrollment, et cetera.
Thank you.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So I guess first, on the list of on the standalone criteria, the state seal of biliteracy is at that top level. The state recently adopted their civic engagement seal. Do you know if that will also meet that requirement moving forward?
I have not read anything to indicate that it will. So this board adopted a resolution to support that. My intention is to get that over the finish line by the end of this year, is to initiate a committee to design a seal or a program that would meet the civic seal of engagement, but there's nothing that the state has put forward that says that that's going to be on the CCI metric, no.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I guess two things that kind of to me relate to education or for parents or students as they come in. It seems like there's a little bit of a push and pull between this idea of pathways and the semester-long classes. So, we want students to build upon their knowledge on the pathways, and it seems like there's a very clear kind of maybe not hierarchy, but structure to that, which works great for the kid who gets in early, right? Doesn't work so great for the kid who, as a junior or senior, realizes, actually, I really like this thing, and now I don't have the time to get all the way through for it to count, right? So one of my questions is there a way for us to look at some of those concentrator classes or in a semester format that would allow a little more movement for kids, or does that not meet the criteria for those CTE courseworks? So that's question number one. And then question number two is, I guess, it seems to me one of the missing components of that is doing some parent education for middle schoolers, right? Like a 7th grade parent night to not do the 8th grade, now you're panicked, your kid's starting high school in 2 months conversation, but the 7th grade, you still have time to do some remedial work to get your kid where they need to be so that they can start high school and be ready for these opportunities that we're providing them. Because I do feel like sometimes, we have the sort of Starbucks secret menu in schools, right? Like you have to know what to ask for and you have to know who to ask for in order to get what you think your kid needs. And this is definitely that. If I didn't know about the culinary arts program at Buena, right, I wouldn't know what an incredible program that is, and to get my kid at a place where they're ready to take advantage of that. So I don't know what your thoughts are on those two things.
Again, excellent points. We have introductory level CTE experiences and courses for students in the middle school. That absolutely is the appropriate place, as Dr. Rickard said earlier, that's the appropriate place to have those introductory experiences. And we have fantastic introductory experiences. I mean, some that are exemplary and world class. But again, even in the middle school, students' schedules are squeezed. You get one elective per year, and in some environments you might be able to get two if the school funds their own 0-period PE, so students can have a 7-period day. So there's a real crunch on electives. I think that gets to Dr. Dannenberg's earlier question and point. We have our middle school counselors are very good at going in according to the AXA model and going into classrooms and talking to them about what lies ahead, what their future is, sort of pre-college and career seminar kinds of stuff. But the truth is, it's just very difficult to engage students. I mean, the best thing, again, if we're talking about my dream, it would be vans of kids going to the high schools in those classes for a week and experiencing it, having a high school mentor show them what they're doing. I mean, that's the dream, right? And your first question about the 5 credits, unfortunately, a concentrator has to be a year long, as does a capstone. Is that not true, Dr. Rickard?
I'm sorry, I was just looking at something else.
Oh, okay. I just didn't want to misspeak.
We do have very robust pre-pathways in our middle schools, at all of our middle schools. And like you said, we have opportunities for our students that are just amazing. And then in our high school, we need 2 years. It's a 2-year to complete a pathway. It's a concentrator and a capstone. And there's an hour requirement. It's about, I believe, a 300-hour requirement, including certifications and work-based learning and all of that. So you're looking at the number of hours to get that pathway completer. So that, to answer your question, Ms. Rodriguez, it's 2 years. It can't be semesters. And they have to take the concentrator first and then the capstone. And the one thing that we have kind of getting in the way is that we do have those introductory courses, which are perfectly appropriate, as Dr. Bayless said, in the middle school level. So we're trying to move that more there so that our students enroll in concentrators and capstones at the high school level. And so they end up being completers with that certification and their work-based learning, ready to go into the world out and do whatever they want to do with that.
Yeah, and done and structured correctly, that college career seminar course in the freshman year should be the introductory course for all the CTE pathways, so that students get to know all the CTE pathways available at their school, and again, at other schools too, because multi-siting is an option. But doing that kind of wheel that you're talking about, it would prohibit a student from getting a year credit in that course. And also semester courses and wheels in high school are extremely challenging for tight master schedules that we are running, very challenging. So.
Thank you, trustees. And obviously, our next item on the agenda is going to be the high school bell schedule. Do we see challenges with making sure that the opportunity for our kids to have the ability to do some of these CTE courses with the high school bell changing, the schedule changing? That's my first question, and then this might tie into it. And then second, do you see a different type of schedule for our high schools as more of a model? Obviously, we have high schools that have different schedules that would create a better efficiency for our students to have equitable opportunity to make sure they have the CTE courses across the board, or will there be options for them to go to different to additional sites?
Great question. I will try my best to answer it first, just factually. And this is a part of the next presentation, which I promise you will not be that long. It's going to be much shorter. But first and foremost, bell schedules in the Ventura Unified School District are decided by vote by the VUEA and VESPA members. So it's not done administratively. So that's going to be one thing that I talk about. From an educational, instructional standpoint, I think that I have said, and I'm fine saying here publicly, that I do think that double periods, block scheduling is more conducive to a lot of the things that we want to do, particularly in the CTE, particularly in hands-on, because a lot of it has to do with transitioning and safety. So I would argue that done correctly, the research, by the way, is that done poorly, they have no positive impact, but done correctly, block periods are of a major advantage to students. There's less transition, there's fewer transitions, there's more opportunities to do hands-on and deeper depth of knowledge kinds of things. So that, and schools that don't have a 7-period day, obviously the students can accrue fewer credits than students in the 7-period day. That's just a mathematical fact. Now we're trying to allow for more multi-site enrollments as much as possible. But again, there's challenges there with transportation, et cetera. We were exploring ways to do remote learning so that a student at Foothill could remote into a class that wasn't offered at Foothill while it was offered at Ventura or Buena. That gets challenging too when the schedules aren't aligned. Each site gets to vote on their own schedule. So hopefully that answered your question.
Dr. Bayless, if I could chime in, one thing that I would love to see, since you're asking, is that we use our facilities after hours. I mean, why does school have to end at 3 o'clock? Why can't we have more courses after school also, and then work on that transportation to get kids where they need to go? So classes out on the farm, for example, at Saalias Ranch, welding classes, culinary classes. Why can't we have those after school so that kids can take advantage of our facilities and the learning opportunities available to them, and complete pathways, and realize their passion, because so many of our kids don't have the opportunity to see all these amazing things that are available to them.
I just want to again thank you on behalf of the board for your entire presentation. I'm just so well informed. When we got this information, we were so excited to hear the presentation, and you really, it was a lot, but you really brought it to life. So thank you so much.
Thank you. President Almaraz, if the trustees' comments are completed for that portion, there's one more section. Greg, if you could just hold off before sharing your screen. I just want to make a couple of transition statements before we go to the next part, because it really is a pivot. I do want to just take an opportunity to comment on a couple of things that came up. First, I want to thank you for engaging in this, because it's one thing to talk about the complexity that our high schools and our high school parents engage in, is just kind of, it's complex. But just notice that we've spent an hour talking about college and career and pathways and structures. And it's really important to note that this is hard. And I want to go back to something that Trustee Lomax said, which is innovation. We do, in some cases, innovation is about bringing on new ideas. And in other ways, innovation is about taking pieces and parts of complex models and making them work in an integrated fashion. So that way we can provide accessibility for all students, which is my last statement, which came up about students with disabilities. Although we often look at that because there are some additional challenges educating our students with disabilities. But if we are innovative in the way that we align our systems and structures for access, then we will see increased access and completion for our students with disabilities because they are participating in our general education pathways. So therefore, again, our ability to innovate and to align these processes, and this will be my last statement before we pivot to the next part, which is why when we look at the guidance that you'll be giving us in terms of our strategic goals and priorities, I want to thank you for engaging in today, because then we won't have to go through that process, but more importantly, that you can give us clear guidance in terms of what your priorities are for us to know how we align our resources and personnel. So thank you again for letting us delve into this in complexity in such in-depth level. And Dr. Bayless, if you can bring up the presentation, I'll be very quick on this portion. This dovetails very importantly and very timely. We have been tracking this A to G improvement grant since its inception in AB 130. All LEAs are required to complete this. You'll look at the timeline. We must complete this plan with you no later than April 1st, 2022. But what was interesting is that it wasn't until yesterday morning that we received our actual allocation. We received it probably at about 8:30 in the morning. So hence why we are bringing this to your attention now, because we then need to bring to you a plan that needs to be approved by you in the next board meeting. It doesn't need to go to the state and it doesn't need to go to the county office. But what we wanted to do was to dovetail it with this important discussion. So we're not looking at these things as separate entities. Greg, go ahead and go to the next slide. I'm just going to take this section. There are two areas where we were eligible for funding. One is in the area of a success grant. The other is in the mitigation grant. When you have a chance to take a look at the timeline, you'll note two important dates. One that talks about ultimate accountability for how effective we were in 2026. You'll see another date that goes more along the lines of 2023, where we have to begin reporting expenditures and some interim metrics. So we will, from the previous slide, you saw that the total was just above. It was about $1.09 million to address so many of the concerns and challenges that you just heard from in the previous presentation. And then for this section, as you can see in our improvement grant section, this is what you will see when the plan comes to you. We will address each of these areas and align these with some of our potential expenditures based on what you can interpret in terms of the presentation you just saw and participated in as a needs assessment. So this needs assessment has been going for quite some time. We are continuing to engage in the needs that we have district-wide. And as you can see, we will align our plan with those needs and allocate expenditures accordingly. And that is my portion.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Trustee Lomax.
I just want to thank you for all of this information. I think that we're starting a new era where we do realize that we have to offer more opportunities for kids. And I do agree with Dr. Rickard when she says, open the classrooms at night. I mean, there's kids that would love to take a course that they couldn't fit in the regular day. When I started robotics, and Dr. Rice was over at the county then, and they said, you're crazy. You're going to do robotics from 6 to 10, 2 nights a week. Nobody will come. 65 kids came through the door and stayed. And they're still there today. I mean, not all of that many, but we just need to be more innovative for our kids. But my question is, are we at a point with all of this that we need to rethink our graduation requirements as a district?
Dr. Rice, I see you're about to comment. I just want to bring us back to, Trustee Lomax, coming back to the beginning of this statement, we were looking at the intersectionality between graduation requirements and the aspirations that we have as a district for college and career readiness.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that we are asking you to consider, and perhaps in a future item. Should you feel prepared enough, or should we need additional presentations or data? That is something that we, again, through this presentation, if that's where you feel we should come back to you, we would be prepared to engage in a next level discussion about graduation requirements. Dr. Rice, is there anything that I missed?
No, that's what I was going to say. We're looking for future guidance, but yes, we're prepared to adjust them.
Great, thank you. Trustee Dannenberg?
I too would like to thank you for all the great information, but when we talk about adjusting graduation requirements, I still need more direction from you guys. If you think we need to do it, then bring it forward, please.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Well, first to Dr. Bayless, you had a gold star on this presentation right up until that last diagram. But really, the information was so helpful. I really appreciated it. And these are the conversations we love to be able to have. And I, really appreciate you bringing it all together and allowing us to have that conversation. And as to the sort of second conversation about graduation requirements, originally that is really kind of why we started having this conversation. Was previously the board had suggested that maybe it's time to have that conversation, and I do think, given the expansion of our CTE pathways and the work that's being done by the district, and also the realities of the A to G requirements and kind of changing expectations from our families and our students, right? We realize that people are voting with their feet, and we want to make sure that we're honoring that choice for students. So I think it would be a great conversation for us to have. But like Dr. Dannenberg, I think a good place to start would be some recommendations from staff.
Great, thank you. And I actually liked this spirograph. It was very nice.
It was a last-minute add, and I regret it. I'm so sorry. Well, I'm glad that the president likes it. I appreciate that.
Since this has gone on for quite some time, I do want to say Dr. Bayless did spring those graphics on me last minute, so I was also intrigued. So thank you, Dr. Bayless, for keeping me on my toes.
And then Dr. Castro, I just had a question on probably the second to the last slide. You don't have to bring it up. It just was talking about the aid to G learning loss mitigation grant, and primarily to the red line rectangle that you put with semester of 2020 or the 2020-21 school year to retake those A through Gs. With our students that are now gone on past their senior year graduation opportunities, were they missed out on the opportunity to make sure that they had that learning loss mitigation opportunity?
It's a great question, President Almaraz. My understanding is based on the way that this funding is structured. The answer would be yes. So we would be looking at current enrolled students who were essentially being provided an additional opportunity from the 2021 school year, with them being currently enrolled.
Great, thank you so much. And again, thank you so much for the presentation. And that moves us to our agenda item 16C, the high school bell schedule changes 2022-2023. Turn it back over to Dr. Castro.
Okay, thank you very much, President Almaraz. And many of the questions that would be posed have been posed. Dr. Bayless will talk about the implications of AB or SB 328. And before I pass it on to him, I do want to again credit the work that has been done by a multitude of people across campuses. You'll see that these efforts have resulted in some changes in some locations, but incredible discussions in others, but without the completed desire by some on those campuses through site-based decision making. But either way, the discussions that we're engaged in still benefit all participants, because the questions that you've posed in the earlier item, they do need to be revisited and considered, because the bell schedules per site-based decision-making create some opportunities and constrict others. And so with that, I'll pass it back to Dr. Bayless.
Okay, hello once again. As promised, this will be much quicker. This slide here this is the only time we're really going to pause at length outside of for your questions if needed. These are just fundamental to understand before we dive in. And I too want to thank Dan and Carol and the associations and the great work of the representatives at the high schools that I was able to engage with and create in supporting and consulting with them on these schedules. They really were fantastic conversations. So the minimum number of minutes required for any bell schedule needs to be 64,800, and all of these do that. So I can certify that, then we will send them to the state as we do all our bell schedules each year. And per the new law, all high schools must start no earlier than 8:30. Now, that doesn't preclude sites from offering zero period. It just means that a student cannot be required to take a zero period class for required for graduation or UC A to G course. It can be optional, it can be supplemental, but it cannot be required. And zero period cannot be counted as a part of the instructional day, but you can offer zero period classes nonetheless. Seventh period, again, whether or not a school has seventh period has to do with number 5 there, whether or not the site voted on it. But it only counts as instructional minutes if the breadth of offerings are representative of those in periods 1 through 6. So if I have 3 course offerings in period 7, and it's the 2 of them are music, that period 7 cannot count as instructional minutes. I have to have math and English and art, all the things that are represented in periods 1 through 6 for the state to count period 7. Advisory periods can count as instructional minutes so long as they're not at the beginning or the end of the day. And our 2 advisory periods, Bark at Buena, Fire at Foothill, are both in the middle of the day, so those count as instructional minutes. And per Article 27 of the contract, I apologize, I actually don't know if it's no, I didn't say VESPA in there, but it is the VUEA contract. School site employees vote, both a VESPA vote and a VUEA vote to determine the bell schedule. And then number 6, the other part 2 is that the teacher instructional minute average shall not exceed 365 minutes, and these schedules accomplish that. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just going to take you through the 3 comprehensive schools, and I'll touch on Pacifics at the end. But you can see here, this is the current schedule. This is the change that's going to happen next year for Buena High School. Buena High School's schedule is going to continue on as kind of a straight 6, a traditional 6 period with an advisory. But instead of beginning at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock Monday through Thursday, Fridays at 9 o'clock, it will look like this. Sorry. It will begin at 8:30 to conform to the law, Mondays through Thursdays, and then to accommodate the staff collaboration time. That happens in the morning, a late start morning on Fridays. They will start at 9:30. So again, it's just a half-hour shift forward in time from 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock to 8:30 and 9:30, and that obviously shifts the end times as well, and that's going to be true for all of our sites here. Now, Foothill Technology, and again, Buena High School does not, they are maintaining a straight 6 or regular traditional roughly 50-minute period schedule, but again, they have an advisory. Foothill High School is going to continue with their current structure, block schedules, etc. But instead of 8 o'clock start here, as you can see the current schedule, it will shift to 8:30 start. So everything just shifts as it is now. Foothill will remain the same, shifted forward in time 30 minutes. Ventura High School is experiencing the biggest change because their site elected to have a block schedule, a double period block schedule next year. So you can see their periods 1 and 2 start at 7:30 and 8:30. And for those of you familiar with Ventura, some students take a 1 through 7, some students take a 1 through 6, some students take a 2 through 7. They sort of have a wide variety of options. You can see here in next year's schedule, not only does the start time conform to the new law, it starts at 8:30, but also they are shifting to a block period, a 1-3-5 period on Monday and Thursday, 2-4-6 Thursday and Friday, and Wednesday will be their straight 6 early release collaboration period day. So hopefully this is not similar to my crazy shape slide here. It's just a comparison, statements of fact. All of them, as you can see, start at 8:30 or later per the law. 2 of the schools have block schedule. 2 of the schools have advisory periods that count as instructional minutes. 2 of the 3 have a 7-period instructional day. Buena will still be able to offer 0-period courses, but no 0-period courses will count as instructional minutes. You can still offer credits, though. All schools will have some 7-period offerings. Some will count as instructional minutes, some won't. Buena High School has a late start on their Friday for staff collaboration. And then, of course, the Foothill and Ventura have an early release. Foothill on Monday, Ventura on Wednesday for their collaboration. And just as a note here, because it is important to Pacific High School still has to conform to the law, but they did so early. Last year, they got a head start. And so they have a block period schedule, which I hear is going extremely well. Principal Menars, correct me if I'm wrong. And it sounds like everybody's loving the 8:30 start as well. So there you are, updated on high school bell schedules for next year. Happy to field some questions.
Trustee Lomax.
Did the law apply to the colleges as well for start time, or just our high schools?
My understanding was that it was only high schools. Dr. Castro, were you aware of any impact on colleges?
You know, Trustee Lomax, that's a great question. We'll get back to you on that.
And the reason I ask is because of El Camino. I just want to make sure that we're compliant with our El Camino students. I realize that the El Camino schedule can change, but will they be okay to still take classes earlier? Or I don't know how that law, I haven't read it myself, so.
Yeah, great. Dr. Bayless, please follow up if there's something I missed. But my understanding of the legislation is that it's focused on K-12, TK-12. However, similar to the dynamic as Dr. Bayless mentioned, with it doesn't preclude us from offering 0 periods or extending the day into 7th period. So we wouldn't be penalized as long as the base bell schedule reflects the 8:30 start time. Dr. Bayless, anything I missed there?
I was just going to ask Hector, since he was on the call here, how many of his students take the early morning courses, and what time do the Ventura College courses start?
We have several courses that start early in the day, 8:00 a.m. start time. Although I will have to say most of the high school kids tend to enroll in later times, to be quite honest with you. But we were operating under, my understanding was that this was a K through 12. However, being our students being in that K through 12, taking the college classes, we didn't necessarily understand it as being one of those requirements that we needed to comply with. But when it comes to our El Camino start times and our meeting times, because our students also have to come on campus and meet directly with their teachers for whatever programs, we're adjusting those as well to be after the 8:30 start time.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question.
Okay, thank you. And then my other comment only is I did block scheduling way back in the dark ages when I was in high school. But I have to tell you, it's so awesome for the students because you only have 3 classes and potentially 2 if you have an elective of homework every night. And the grades just soared because we weren't bogged down with 6 periods a day, 6 periods of homework every night. So I'm thankful that we're seeing a trend here.
Yeah, Principal Menars, any thoughts on the block schedule at Pacific? I think it's been a very positive shift.
It's been extremely positive. Although starting at 8:30 now, the students in our surveys are saying we should start at 9, but that's okay. No, it's actually slowed the pace down for students and teachers. So rather than that really fast and furious 5 or 6 period day where teachers and our teachers teach in multiple content areas as well, So that slowed everybody down, and we are able to do more with that time. And but it's been a very positive, and nobody wanted to go backwards. Nobody wanted to change or go back to what it used to be, at least right now.
Great, thank you. And yeah, the AB 328 only applies to middle school and high school students, but I wonder what the effect of it is for our high school students that are taking college courses. Trustee Dannenberg?
No questions. Thank you for the report.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Ms. Menard, your comment reminded me of it. If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, that book we all used to read to our kids when they were little. I guess my question, if you wouldn't mind putting back up the slide that Dr. Bayless that shows the three schools side by side. Yeah. You know, we were just talking about the difficulty for students in getting all the classes that they would like prior to graduation. And so when you look at this, it does seem that there could be an equity issue for some of our students not having access to as many courses during the time that they're in high school. So my question is, do we have a plan for students who would like to be able to take a 7-period day? And is that through our school of choice process, is that a reason that a student could opt into a non-boundary school?
I can jump in and say yes. We have opened up Ventura as of a couple years ago. You could give me the exact date, Dr. Bayless, but I have heard that numerous students have made that transition, and the enrollment has in fact gone up, although we're not at the capacity of Ventura High School yet. So there's still even more room for that.
Yeah, I think it was probably about 3 years ago that Ventura was included in the school of choice. Your question connects with the dual enrollment question, and I think that we're excited to move forward with some dual enrollment opportunities, and we'll certainly try to prioritize those opportunities at places where 7-period day is not as accessible. So that could be a 7-period option for students. And Ventura College and all of Ventura County Community College District are going to stay with hybrid courses and online courses. So that will help us get over the transportation hurdle. So maybe we offer a 7th period class and we have it be kind of a lab where students are taking their online course and they're getting support in those courses. That's one option of several that we're looking forward to sharing with you as we move forward with the dual enrollment initiative.
And then I guess at the risk of opening a can of worms, I mean, one of the things that now seems easier for some students is to be able to take courses both at Foothill and Ventura High School because they're on an aligned schedule. And in the past, particularly for music students, that was something because Foothill doesn't have a music program, they would go to their boundary school. But now that the schedules won't align, is there going to be a reconsideration of that policy to allow students to participate in music in a schedule that seems like it might actually be more beneficial?
Yeah, I just, Jane Napora, one of the counselors at Foothill Technology High School, recently did an analysis once this schedule was approved at what the impact would be for multi-site enrolled students traveling from Foothill to Ventura to Buena High School. And so you're right, Ventura High School and Foothill High School are more aligned, but there are also some challenges too, because Monday is their straight 6 day at Foothill and Wednesday is the straight 6 day at Ventura. So in some ways it makes it easier because they're both blocked, and now in some ways it makes it more challenging. So I would say, unfortunately, we have high schools with different schedules that make multi-siting a challenge, not insurmountable. You have to schedule in travel periods. You have to negotiate with teachers for missed time because on those straight 6 days, you're going to miss some time in the outgoing class or the incoming class. So we just have to be, again, innovative, creative, and flexible to leverage that.
Great, thank you.
And I have two questions, maybe one question and a comment. How does this affect the transportation for the students that will be going to the different schools? Does it help it better, or does it make it even more difficult? And I don't know if Ari's still on the line to maybe answer that, or Mr. Waiver.
You know, we've talked and really appreciate Ari being a part of this process as we were developing these schedules. And I think that the mantra for transportation is always optimally you need 45 minutes time in between drop-off. So we have roughly you're dropping off for an 8 o'clock start for elementary, and then you have a 9 o'clock start for middle school. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to drop students off for high schools, for all of our high schools, at a later time, because it doesn't give you enough time to then reconvene all the buses and get the routes for middle school. So our high schoolers will be dropped off early at roughly the same time. So that means they're going to be on our campuses more in the morning. We're going to have to come up with some options for them, hopefully some maybe some study hall options, some tutoring options, so that it's not just there will be more supervision demands early in the morning in high schools. There's no way around that. But I'm glad you brought that up. That's not something I addressed here, and that is important to consider.
We're going to have to rely on those ESPs. The other thing I had was just to keep, and it's more of a comment, as I said, with the changing of the schedule, and I know we've done some great opportunities for our athletes and for also our other students that have different electives that do traveling and that perform, and just to keep our pulse on it, that it's being and I'm talking, I'm going to move primarily to athletics, but I'm talking about the whole everything. As a former coach, we really care about our practice time, right? And now we're pushing a day a little longer, and time on the field is, very precious. I just want to make sure we're reassuring to our students that if they want to take those later classes, that we're still supporting them, because I know the demand for them to compete is always going to be at a high level when they want to also make sure that their studies are staying in line. Because I know pushing the day farther out is going to affect the ability for them to be maybe in a different spot.
I'm really glad you brought that up, and because I do want to address this, and it's important for the public to be aware. And as a former high school coach myself, there is a tension here. And this was a conversation at the state for a decade about this concept. When you push the day later, that means unless you push all the competitions later, which you often can't, because some schools just can't, with the crunch of teams, getting them in the gym and having 3 levels of basketball play, you have to keep the competition staggered at the same time. That means kids are now missing more instructional time because the day is shifted forward, but they're leaving at the same time. That's a challenge for student athletes, and there's no way around that. I'll offer that in environments where you have a seminar or advisory period, there is an outlet there that student athletes can go make up a test, shift around, and get help for the things that they miss. It really is about making up those tests and finding out what they miss. So that's why I am an advocate for advisory periods done well, particularly now for students that are leaving. That pressure isn't as pronounced on performing artists that tend to have their events at night on occasion, as opposed to, in some cases, Matt, soccer, there's two days a week, 3 days a week, and you're missing, if they're all away, that's a lot of instructional time. And you can't keep core classes out of 6th period. You have to have a totally spread out master schedule. So a lot of parents will say, well, keep the AP US history out of 6th period so they don't miss AP US history. Well, we would love to be able to do that, but it's very difficult to schedule in a way where student athletes are not somehow impacted.
Thank you so much for the information and definitely another great presentation. Trustees, did you have any follow-up questions? Great, thank you. And thank you again, Dr. Bayless. And that'll move us to our agenda item 17, our Conference of Business Services. 17A, Washington School Property Discussion. Dr. Chandler.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, President Alvarez. So I'm just going to give a brief history. 2 years ago, I was asked to review all of our leases with all of our properties just to ensure that we were at market rate and that our leases were current and active. The Washington School property had a rather large box. It was our school, a VUSD school from 1924 to 1980. And in 1980, the school was closed. In 1999, we entered into a lease with Ventura County Christian School. And instead of paying rent, they helped us fix up the school. So now in 1999 so we were in that lease for about 20 years. And then we extended it for an additional 2 years. And then we just recently signed a new lease that was back in October of 2021. And that lease goes until the end of June of 2022. And the board had asked to be able to discuss this property in open session. So I am going to leave it to you guys, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, or you just want to discuss amongst yourselves.
Thank you, Dr. Chandler. We're going to start off with Trustee Lomax.
Well, one of the things that I was one of the people that asked that this be on an open discussion because I was on the board when all this started. And I think there's just some misconceptions out there. And I felt like we as a board didn't have an opportunity to discuss it so that the public was aware of some of the nuances without violating any closed session negotiations for coming up with a reasonable market rate for the rental. It is true that the school did do some improvements over the years. It is true that during that time they paid no rent. So this statement in our agenda is correct because they had made some improvements. And some of the improvements were made with the help of volunteers and different people that came to the rescue of us, as well as the Christian school, because that school had become an eyesore and had become a haven for not such what I would want in my neighborhood. But I do think that it's important to note that there have been very few improvements of late, and it is incumbent upon us as a board to make sure that we are doing what is right with our property. And we are stewards of financial stewards of the money that comes to our district to take care of our students and spend it correctly. So at that time, we asked you to look at all of our properties to make sure, because we have other properties that we have leases on, and to make sure that they were in proper order and that they've been being paid and that they're being paid at a decent market rate. I think that for me personally, I don't appreciate people. I'm trying to say this nicely. I don't appreciate any of us, whether it's a school district or the public, airing things in the press or in the public that are contentious, when in fact we've been very good partners all along the way, until it came to the time that there are no, in my opinion, because I was here in the beginning, that there were no continued improvements and things were at a standstill, that we look to see that we're getting market value for our property. So that's why I was one of the people that asked this to be on here so that we could discuss it. I just want to make sure that the public knows that it's not to being done in a contentious or not nice way for any reason at all. It's just that this is our responsibility, and we need to make sure that we look at it from a business perspective, not from a nice guy perspective. So that was those were my thoughts. And anybody else can chime in and tell us what your thoughts are.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yeah, I would agree that I think improvements have been made. However, according to the original contract, some of that stuff was supposed to have some documentation that we cannot find and the Division of State Architect office can't find if it ever even went to the Division of State Architect. So I think it's important for the public to know that I won't argue that improvements were made, and I'm very happy to see what they've done with the building, but I'm not sure at what level those improvements were made. And so that's a concern to me. So I think it's important for the public to know that that things have happened there that weren't always necessarily totally to what the original contract said, as an example. And I'm not sure that we would have had any disagreement with it. But when it originally started, it started as a high school. And Velma, I think you even said that you were shocked to find out that it had gone, from kindergarten to high school all of a sudden. So it's some changes have happened there that I'm not sure the board or prior boards were totally aware of. So I think it's important for the public to hear from us that we really want to look into this, make sure we get it right. Thank you.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, one of my questions actually, Dr. Chandler, was whether or not we have in our process found any permits that were pulled with the city of Ventura. I understand that there was not a requirement necessarily to do it through the state architects because it wasn't being used as a public school. Is that, first off, am I correct in that? And then secondly, if I'm correct in that, have we found anything to suggest that the permits were pulled for the work that was done?
We have found 3 permits. I'm happy to share them with the board. It's a fraction of the work that that's been reported on being done. And I believe if Anthony wants to chime in on the DSA issue, that wasn't my understanding, but I don't know. I'm going to have Mr. Ramos answer that.
Once we stopped using Washington School as a public school, it was no longer subject to DSA when we surplused it. So you're correct, Trustee Rodriguez. And then and also Dr. Chandler is correct in that there are some permits that are pulled, but we were having trouble collecting all the information to make a determination if all the work that was done was properly permitted. And there is some issue. And we looked at as a lot of information and a lot of documents, but we still weren't able to correlate all the work that was done and permits that were pulled from the city. But as you know, the board had indicated that since the leases had already expired or was expiring and we were doing another lease, that it probably was not advantageous to go back and try and piece together a picture of what was going on for the last 22 years.
Okay, thank you. So one of the other, I'm just going to mention, we heard a lot during our last meeting in public comments. And one of the things that I felt like we heard a lot was that, that we were interested in this because of our declining enrollment. And I just felt like it would be important to clarify that the board's interest in this really has, in my opinion, nothing to do with declining enrollment. It is, there are a couple hundred students there, not all of whom even live in our boundaries. But it really is an issue of being good steward of our resources and making sure that the public's resources, in this case, real property, is being utilized in a way that's consistent with our mandate. If the kids come to Ventura or don't come to Ventura, that's a completely separate issue. And then, Dr. Chandler, I was curious, have we, part of establishing market value is what is it, what is it kind of worth on paper, but then the other part of that is what is someone willing to pay for it, right? Like, so if you're renting out an apartment, you can think it's worth, $5,000 a month, but then actually if nobody's willing to pay more than $3,500, it doesn't really matter what you think it's worth. So I'm curious if we have met with any real estate advisors to look at potential other tenants for the space and see kind of what they would be interested in paying or willing to pay for a space of that size.
We haven't shopped real estate advisors for that particular reason. And I will tell you that I did work with, I have a group that meets monthly, that is all the CBOs in the county, and asked them, how do you guys assess your schools? Because it's a very different process than assessing, any other type of property. And basically what they had said was, well, if you have a charter school, look at your charter school price per square foot, calculate that and apply it to your other school. And so in that application is where we come up with market value. That's how the other districts do it. I'm happy to shop it if you'd like me to, but I will tell you that that's how the other districts rent out. And the charter schools, their rate is approved both through the county and the state. So it's not like a random rate that we come up with. Like it has to be, it's an approved calculation. Okay.
And then I guess a couple of statements. I mean, one, I don't think any of us want to see that building sit vacant. It's the Christian school has done a great job of keeping it activated and keeping the neighborhood, engaged. And I definitely appreciate that. However, one of the things that was kind of a surprise to us was their subleasing of portions of the property to other community groups. And so I'm curious, as we look at potentially a new lease, would it allow for those kinds of things? What does that do to our liability as the property owners? And, is that something that is traditionally done in this kind of case? Like if we lease something, say to the charter school, do they have subleasing options on that property?
I would have to look at their lease and go through it and see if they have subleasing options. I know other schools around the county have groups that regularly meet, but really it would be the direction of the board. Part of like when we go into a new lease is if the board does decide that you guys are okay with subleasing, then we would have to have pretty strict insurance requirements that make sure that you guys are protected as a board. That would be my first,
I believe that our original lease that we did not allow subletting for those specific purposes, but I'm not positive on that. But I remember there was a discussion about that for the fear of not having proper insurance coverage in case something happened and who would ultimately be liable. But that's neither here nor there because we now have a new lease.
Well, so with the new draft lease that we have from the last 2 years, does that specifically allow or prohibit subletting?
Mr. Ramos, do you remember? I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yes. The new lease that we went into for, and it's for 1 year, it's from October of last year to June of 2022. Or 2023, excuse me, or 2022. So that lease, that is a model lease that we used through our Joint Powers Authority, and it does have the ability for letting the property. They have to notify us first. So we are aware of who is subleasing the property, and it requires them to have the required insurance documents in place, both the insurance documents for Ventura Christian School, but as well as the sublessors.
Okay. And then from a just more practical standpoint, and I apologize, this is kind of in the weeds, but I learned recently that the way that our district is charged for water is based on our ADA, right? And so since that property is owned by us, is that part of our water bill process, or they have their own meter and now they're billed completely separately as a corporation?
So it's a part of the way our water is billed is based on ADA, and it's also a calculation. So it's kind of both. It encounters how much land there is and the ADA. When I just spoke to the tenants yesterday, and they made me aware that they have all the utilities currently turned over into their name, and struggled a bit with that. So we have a few months of back bill that we're working on right now.
I see Anna turned on her camera, so I didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
We don't currently include the Washington lease in our water bill calculation.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Excuse me, Trustee Rodriguez. I just wanted to make a clarification that up to the point of the new lease, we had been paying all of the utilities. That's why this conversation is important.
That is correct.
Yes. So I guess in terms of if Dr. Rice, if you're asking for direction from us, I don't really kind of fully understand how this was agendized. So just if I'm if I'm going off topic, just tell me to stop. But I mean, my question would be, who else within the community would be interested in this property? I respect and appreciate the Ventura County Christian School for the work that they've done, but at the same time, I recognize that as a steward for our district's resources, we owe it to our community to look at who else might be willing to meet that market rate, and then make a reasonable transition towards that process. Not next month, but look at what are the steps that we would need to take to make that possible, so that property isn't sitting vacant, and so that we're not unreasonably pressuring the school to lock up the doors and run out of town.
Yeah, and I can respond to that. And what I would share is that it was pretty clear to me, and I shared this with Dr. Goya, that was going to take some time, and that we are in the process of negotiating with them in good faith for a short-term lease to give the board the time to have those discussions in terms of longer-term outcomes for that property. I made clear to their leadership during my meeting with them that the ongoing negotiations were just that. They were buying this board the time that they need to have those discussions, knowing that we have some other big ticket items on our plate between now and the end of 22-23 school year, because as you know, their lease ends this June, and there's no realistic way that I would advise the board to transition that quickly. That's just too quick for us and for them. And so we're working on that. I'm optimistic from the conversation that I had with their leadership, that they understand the board's interests. They understand the need to pay market rate rent with reasonable rent abatement between the high end of the market rate and the low end of the market rate. We've had conceptual conversations that I think they're open to continuing, and I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll be able to enter into an agreement with them that would allow them to remain where they are for a year and buy this board the time they need to have more substantive discussions over a longer period of time with what ultimately you would like us to do with that property.
Okay. And then, sorry, you made me think of just two other things, comments, not questions. But one, I do think, clearly they are doing a great job of meeting their family's needs, and that all the public comments that we had of people saying, my kid is super happy there and they love their teachers and they're having a great experience. As a parent, I hope every parent has that for their kid, whether it's in our schools or not. But if we're looking at that longer term vision, I would just say 1 of 5, I do not have any interest in selling that property. So I think a property in the Midtown area in Ventura is very useful to us as a district moving forward. We don't know what city growth is going to look like. And so, I know they have expressed interest, and I personally do not see that that would be something I would support. That's it.
Great. Thank you, trustees.
Excuse me, President Alvarez, may I just say one more thing?
Yeah.
Having been on this from the beginning, one of the reasons that we did what we did way back when was because we all recognized that if we ever let that property in the middle of the city go, and then suddenly we have an explosion of families with children, we don't have a place in the middle of the city where we could ever have a school. So there's a rumor out there that we wanted to get them out to sell this to a developer. And, if you always listen to rumors, you're not going to have a very peaceful life. So I agree with Dr. Rice, and the direction is we need to slow down, take it easy, come to some agreement. And I agree with Trustee Rodriguez that the public just needs to know this is because we came upon the realization that what we were doing there was not in the best interest of our district and being good stewards of our money.
Thank you. And just some clarifying, maybe one clarifying question. So we talked about the school did do some improvements. I'm glad that Trustee Lomax brought up about the original contract that we were responsible for the utilities. Now, I know that we had a speaker earlier bring up basically the paragraph of what's in the actual agenda item saying that paid no rent, utilities are cared for the acres of land. And I think it's a tough term when we say they didn't care for the acres of land. We were responsible for the upkeep of the land. Is that correct, Dr. Chandler?
No, we weren't. By the way, you misphrased what we were never responsible for the utilities or the care of the property, but somehow all those years, our district paid the utilities and provided our maintenance people or our grounds people to go over and take care of the property. It wasn't part of the agreement. Somehow it just happened. I'm not sure how that happened, but it did.
And yes, you are correct, Mr. Alvarez. We had been taking care of the mowing and blowing and that kind of stuff for the property for the duration of the lease up until October when we stopped of 2021.
Great, thank you. And then just a couple comments. We charged our 7-Eleven committee to go and look at all our properties. And I think this is where it really started to come about that we had some issues with some of our contracts. And I just want to commend Dr. Chandler and the Business Services Department for really dwelling in and bringing these things to light. I mean, with everything going on, we weren't even, we didn't even have the understanding of everything of the properties that we had that were either being rented or leased, or that we don't even have anything being used on them. We made it they made a charge to us that's very responsible for us to be fiscally responsible to use those properties, or to make sure that we know the value of these properties to ensure for the benefit of the district at the end of the day.
Well said.
And I'm with my rest of my trustees. We do not want that property to be vacant at all. But it is our responsibility also to make sure that it's as close to market value, and that we're being responsible in that ability. Thank you for Dr. Chandler. Thank you to the Business Service Department, and thank you, trustees. Does anybody have any additional to add? Thank you, and then we'll move forward.
Thank you.
Move to our consent calendar. It is recommended that the department items number 18 to 22 below be approved as presented. All items listed under consent are considered to be routine and may be enacted by approval of a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. However, any item may be removed from the consent agenda upon request of any member of the board and acted upon separately. It's getting late.
I move approval of consent items 18 through 22.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-0.
And that brings us to our board reports. Trustee Lomax.
Well, it's late, so I'll just keep it short. I attended the declining enrollment committee where we did elect a chair and a co-chair. It was very informative. Dr. Rice and staff gave some really good background information, and the committee's excited to move on to the next phase. I also attended Ventura County School Boards Association meeting last night, which was very interesting, along with Trustee Rodriguez and President Alvarez and Dr. Rice. And, Trustee Dannenberg was there as well. And other than that, just moving right along.
Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes. I attended the PAC meeting on March 1st. It was very informative. A lot of good information was given. I think probably the most important thing for parents to note is we're planning on 3 summer sessions. And so there's opportunities out there for both remediation and enrichment. And they had to be contacting their local schools about what opportunities are available for their children. And then along with the county school boards meeting, I also had the pleasure of being at Sarah's school, and we did another Teacher of the Month program. So it was very appreciative of the Chamber of Commerce for all of their efforts to keep our teachers in mind as they look to do better and better work. So I thank the Chamber, and I thank the staff at Sarah for all the work they do with our kids. Thank you.
Trustee Rodriguez.
So my highlights were I had a special education district advisory committee meeting and an ethnics and social justice studies steering committee meeting week before last. I got a chance to volunteer at the Ventura High School Senior Ball, which was super fun and so great to see our kids laughing and dancing and just having a great time. And then I was part of the executive board meeting for Ventura County School Board Association and had a chance last week to do Read Across America, which is always one of my favorite weeks of the year. So fun to read Dr. Seuss books and get all tongue-tied with the rhymes. And then lastly, was able to, on Friday, attend a Avid Mentors meeting at Foothill, which was great. We talked about resume building, and it was a great chance to just give some practical advice to some high school students. It was just, great conversation and really fun.
Great, thank you. And I also attended last night's Ventura County School Board Association meeting, and also our declining enrollment committee meeting, which we elected James Forsyth as our committee head and our vice chair, Mike Johnson of the City Council. So exciting to start moving that ball forward on that committee. Coming events, Trustee Lomax.
I wish I could invite you all to robotics this weekend, but it is closed to the public. But I want to let you know that one of our local teams did win the last weekend's event, and they are advancing to World Championships in Houston. So next year, y'all can come again.
High tide, 44-14. Trustee Dannenberg.
I have no coming events.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Wait a minute. Dr. Dannenberg does have a coming event. He's going to be a judge this weekend at robotics. Don't forget.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes. So we are coming into our middle school concert season. And I know that our middle schools have concerts this coming week on Thursday and Saturday. And then an event at the music festival on Saturday, the 19th.
Great, thank you. And Dr. Rice, coming events.
we're going to get a slide coming up here. I know it's been mentioned several times this evening. I'm really looking forward to the special board meeting on March 14th when we can delve into board priorities for the next 1.5 to 2 years. I think there's going to be some rich and robust discussion there. So really looking forward to that. We also have our LCAP meetings. And as Dr. Dannenberg mentioned, we really appreciate the Chamber keeping our Teacher of the Month program alive. And a reminder that our spring break is not too far off.
Great, thank you. Future board items, Trustee Lomax? Trustee Dannenberg? Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, so I wanted to add the conversation about City Hall, since we need, according to Mr. Ramos, we need to agendize that.
And no future items here. Board superintendent comments, Trustee Lomax, Trustee Dannenberg, Trustee Rodriguez.
I was trying to decide whether or not I was going to say anything about this, but you all know my husband's Russian and his grandmother was Ukrainian. And I just think all of our hearts are heavy right now with what's happening around the world. And it's sometimes hard to believe that we're in this place, but just my thoughts go out to all of those impacted by the war that's going on. And I hope that we can all have peace soon.
Thank you so much, Trustee Rodriguez, and that's definitely heavy on all our hearts. And I don't know, obviously, this isn't probably the right time, but I'd love to possibly look into a resolution of us asking for peace and denouncing war. And that's obviously just one of five, but I'd love for us to possibly do that, because this is, in the times that we've already had in the last 3 years, kind of can't believe that's going on. And I guess I can make these comments because I'm in board comments, but, and I hate to pivot in a different way where I just wanted, in my only comments where I'm wishing my niece a happy 6th birthday today. And my grandfather and her celebrate the same birthday, and he turned 97 today, and he lives on his own, and he is just thriving. And I was able to have lunch with him and my parents and my twin sister and my sister today. And I think he might go for another 97. So we're blessed in that, and it's with a heavy heart with everything going on, but it's one strong blessing we have in our family. 97 years old. Grandpa Ruben, love you. And with that,
President Alvarez, I did forget to say, I apologize, but the County Board of Supervisors came and gave a resolution, and I want you all to know that March in Ventura County is no longer March, it's First Robotics Month. And with that, oh, you got to finish with close. Sorry.
Yes, do we feel the need to go back to closed session? All right, then we'll look for a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Alvarez?
Thank you, TDC. Thank you, Vase. Thank you, Salve, our closed captioner. Everyone have a great night, and yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.